Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Staff, we have any additions, deletions, or modifications, or whatever you want to call it?
Yes, sir. We would like to add county housing program with Antonio Jenkins. He should be here momentarily. Right now, he's on the interstate in traffic, but he's supposed to be here any minute. And also a request to apply for CDBG Small Cities Grant. And then we want to pull number 9 from the agenda, the item on safe streets.
And Mr. Chair, after our conversation on Tuesday, would like to pull number 2, the only item under me for this agenda. We'll put that back on, if at all, at the second meeting in May.
Okay. Okay, and David, say that one more time. That grant is what now?
The CDBG Small Cities Grant, we'd like permission to apply for it. For us to apply for it, you have to do 2 public hearings, which means we would have a public hearing on it at our next meeting and a public hearing on it on the first meeting in May. First public hearing just tells the public, do we want to apply? Second public hearing is this is a specific grant we're applying for. So there's a lot of work that goes into it, and we just want to make sure the board is wanting to do that.
Okay. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, with the additions and deletions as proposed, I'll seek a motion for approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Got a motion.
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed. Okay, at this time, let's see what we got here. Here, Joe, you read both of them. That's a little small for me. That's why we pay you the big money.
No problem, Mr. Chair.
I didn't bring my glasses.
First one is proclamation number 2025P-07, a proclamation to designate April 13th through 19th, 2025 as Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. Whereas each day, millions of Americans dial 911 for help in emergencies ranging from house fires and automobile accidents to heart attacks, poisonings, and missing children. The men and women who answer these calls for help, gathering essential information and dispatching the appropriate response, can make the difference between life and death and property loss for persons in need. Columbia County Combined Communications Center 911 dispatchers are among the more than 500,000 telecommunications specialists nationwide who work daily to protect and to promote public safety. And whereas public safety telecommunicators are more than a calm and reassuring voice on the other end of the phone, they are knowledgeable and skilled individuals who work closely with police, fire, and medical personnel. They coordinate and manage vital communications during emergencies in areas such as highway safety, road maintenance, woodland preservation, public utilities, rail and air traffic, plus other services that affect the health and safety of our citizens. Because emergencies occur around the clock, we rely on the vigilance and the preparedness of these individuals 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And whereas the mission of the employees of the Columbia County 911 Communications Center is to serve the citizens of Columbia County and their public safety organizations through the efficient and effective operation of enhanced 911 and public safety land mobile radio systems by providing a timely and quality emergency response capability to those we serve. And whereas the Columbia County 911 Communications Center processed emergency and non-emergency calls through the year, dispatching Sheriff's Office deputies, Columbia County Fire Rescue, and emergency medical services to requests for service within the roughly 800 square miles comprising Columbia County. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Columbia County Board of County Commissioners this 3rd day of April 2025 that the Columbia County Board of County Commissioners designates the week of April 13th through 19th, 2025 as Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, and be it proclaimed further that the Columbia County Board of County Commissioners authorizes the issuance of a proclamation in observance of this week, and be it proclaimed finally that the Columbia County Board of County Commissioners invites all citizens to observe this week in honor of all telecommunicators who answer the call and help to protect our health and safety. Mr. Chair, ask for a motion.
Motion to approve proclamation 2025P-07.
Got a motion?
So moved.
Got a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Jason, if you would please come up and speak just a little bit on this and introduce yourself with your title and what have you got.
Yes, good morning. My name is Jason Rosenfeld. I'm the Assistant Director at the 911 Center. Tom, our director, couldn't be here today, asked me to fill in for him to say just a couple words. I promise I'll be brief. I won't take up too much of your time. Our public safety telecommunicators are the unseen heroes of the 911 system. They're the unseen heroes of the first responder system. They're the ones that answer the call as we receive thousands and thousands of calls. They're there on nights, on weekends, 24 hours a day, on all holidays, whenever emergencies don't take vacation. Emergencies don't call out for Christmas, and they're there nonstop. Over the last year, we went through a consolidation with the board's support. We went through several hurricanes, and our personnel, the public safety telecommunicators out there, never stopped showing up, performing, and providing and going that extra distance, going the last mile to make sure people calling for help get the assistance that they need, the assistance that the county deserves. And they've done everything they can to help make the county a safer place with the support of the board. So we thank you very much.
Thank you. Present it to you. And your crew there.
Thank y'all very much.
My handrail.
Please. Mr. Chair, the next item on the agenda is Proclamation 2025P-08 declaring April 2025 as Healthcare Decisions Month in Columbia County, Florida. Whereas National Healthcare Decision Day is recognized across our nation on April 16th, 2025 to raise public awareness of the need to plan ahead for healthcare decisions, especially those related to end-of-life care and medical decision-making when patients are unable to speak for themselves, and to encourage the specific use of advanced directives to communicate these important healthcare decisions. And whereas many Columbia County, Florida residents have not yet prepared for healthcare decisions in times of crisis or at end of life, nor had important conversations with their families and their healthcare with their families and documented those decisions. And whereas it is likely a significant reason for these low percentages is that there is both a lack of awareness and an uncertainty in the public about advanced directives. And whereas one of the goals of Healthcare Decisions Day is to raise awareness and provide clear and consistent information to the public about advanced directives, as well as to encourage medical professionals and lawyers to volunteer their time and effort to improve public knowledge and increase the number of citizens with advanced directives. And whereas Haven Hospice endorses this event and is committed to educating the public during the month of April to stress the importance of discussing healthcare choices and executing advanced directives to make their wishes known. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Columbia County, Florida does hereby proclaim April 2025 as Healthcare Decisions Month in Columbia County, Florida. Duly proclaimed the third day of April 2025. Mr. Chair, I'd ask for a motion.
Thank you, Joe. Seek a motion on Proclamation 2025P-08.
So moved.
Got a motion? Got a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Anybody here to receive? There you go.
Oh, you're gonna take all of it?
That's right.
All of it.
All that ugliness in one butt. Sell us about a pound, you get rich.
You don't
While you're doing this, I'll ask.
He said it loud on the video, but it ain't loud there. If you ever read it. Oh, all right.
one more with the other camera. Go ahead.
Start including the clerk in the pictures. I bet if Lindsay was here, I could talk to him too. Okay, at this time, I'll seek a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Seek a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Okay, let's start off with Miss Monica Merricks from the town of Fort White.
Good morning to each of you in your respective places. Monica Merricks, Town of Fort White, District 3 Council Member. I won't be long, will be quite candid. I've been on the council since November. I'm quite exhausted with the dysfunctional relationship that the Town of Fort White has with the county. It is my plea today that we move forward. There's a lot of important factors that we have going on. We cannot move forward, I think, efficiently and effectively without the support of the county. As a new council member, I do not care to continue exploring where does discord happen, where does dysfunction happen. I just want to move forward collaboratively with the county. My main goal and agenda as a council member is to bridge that gap so that we can move forward with the common good of what's best for the citizens of Fort White and in general as a whole with Columbia County. I want to move forward in a collaborative effort with mutual respect and collaboration so that we can get back down to business. Right now, it's just shameful, it's disgraceful, and distasteful. And I just want to see us work together collaboratively. We need you all, and I think we need each other for the common good of what's best for the citizens of Columbia County. And I'm a new council member, and I hope that you all would give me and the council opportunity to move forward, and let's just put past relationships and discords to rest so that we can move forward. We have this massive sewage grant that I'm not sure we have an effective plan right now without the county to move forward efficiently with it. And I would like to see us get that off the ground and move forward. If with anything else, I think that's where we can come together and let's just start all over. It's a plea for me as a new council member to let's just move forward. If that means anything, I don't know, but I would like the opportunity to try to mend this relationship and move forward for the town of Fort White. And that's my plea for today.
Well, Monica, I'll just speak for myself. I appreciate you coming. I mean, and I have no personal beefs. You know, there's been a bunch of disgruntledness. We all realize that. It's been in the papers and everywhere else. Me and Bill Board grew up together, and I really appreciate you coming forward. And we're Fort White city residents are our constituents. So we got a lot on our plate. Y'all got a lot on your plate. Collaboratively, I think we can all act like adults and do what we got to do to go forward. There's a lot of major financial situations and decisions that's going to have to be made here in the next couple of years. So it means a lot for you to take the day off from your job. I know you had to do it to come up, and I appreciate that a lot. I really do. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. I just appreciate you coming. You're basically a breath of fresh air for the county and the town of Fort White. I've talked to you, I've worked with you, and I think you're going to make a great council member for the town of Fort White. And you have all my support that I can provide as far as helping the town of Fort White. Like I say, Fort White is my home. I was raised there too. And Fort White has a great opportunity right now to put sewer in and attract some more businesses to the town of Fort White and grow a little bit. And I hope this board will take this opportunity to put the past behind them and let's move forward like this all started from the beginning. This was a collaborative effort between the county and the town when this all started. It got sideways along the way. I know I might be some of the blame for that. Might not. I'm just saying, got sideways, and I think it's time to right this ship and move forward. And I appreciate you coming. I appreciate Bill coming, even the council member. I appreciate Ms. Terry coming up here. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to support the town any way I can. And we have a community member, been in the community forever. Mr. Gene Martin's here today. And I think y'all are speaking for the majority of the town of Fort White. Y'all are here on their behalf, and they look forward to righting the ship too and moving forward. So I really hope this board can find it in their heart today to accept your proposal and move forward. And at this time, I'll make a motion that we move forward with helping the town of Fort White to achieve the goal of putting sewer in as far as administering the grant and maybe helping with property acquisition, right-of-way acquisition. And I'll keep that in the form of a motion.
I'll be one to say second that motion, and I appreciate you and the council members coming today. And I think you hit the nail on the head by saying, forget the past and let's go in the future and see what we can do with the town. And I know we've got constituents there. We all have them there, or me and Rocky does anyway. So, and they do too. These other commissioners is part of it. So I really want to express my opinion. I'm glad y'all came today. I wish you could have brought the mayor, but anyway, in that case, maybe one day. Okay. And I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board, anybody else have anything to say?
I appreciate you coming. I do. I mean, I'm new to the board, so any past things I'm going to do with, but moving forward, let's put that behind us and move forward. So I agree with that.
So I guess it's not, I don't have a question for her. I've more got a question for the town. I guess her and the town, everybody. So what, I don't know what we're agreeing to help with. That's why I don't know.
You want me to answer that or you want to answer it?
I can answer it.
Okay.
I'm sure you know there's a massive grant. First, I'm sure there's a lot of things the county could help us with. But first and foremost, most important to me, and I'm sure the other council members, is we have this massive grant for sewage. And there are timelines and things that need to be met. And right now, as I said, I'm not aware of an efficient plan that we have to move forward. That would be the first thing on my agenda, is that we tackle this sewage thing. Would that be with, collaboration with the county administering the granting, overseeing the construction? That's probably where we need to start.
Right. So, okay. So there's not enough money in the grant to hire, like, do y'all have engineers and all that doing? I mean, you have to have all the engineers working on it. So you would want the county to oversee the construction of the whole project. Is that
Correct.
what you want? Because you said right-of-way acquisition. I didn't know.
That's a part of, that's just something that we need to actually get started and move forward. I think that is the biggest deadline, which is approaching, which I think is in May sometime, where the acquisitions of the right-of-way needs to have taken place by then to move forward. And I'm not sure that the town of Fort White, where we are in that process. During the loss of staff and, transfer of things, it's hard to find out information. So I'm not sure where we are with that. So that is another thing that we would need help with moving forward, because that's the important deadline that we need to meet.
Okay. So
when it's done, has anybody looked at the report about the cost and what the costs are when this thing is built out? There's a in the package says that when you build it out, if everyone hooks up, and I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think everybody's going to hook up. I think everybody knows that. I don't think every person in your town would hook up to that phase, the first phase. I mean, do you agree with that?
Well, I would just say
I don't know how
that's,
many, but yeah.
that's up to the town. Right now, they don't have mandatory hookups on water, but if the sewer goes by your house, you have to pay, or water goes by your house, you have to pay for it. Now, that would be up to the town if they wanted to mandate mandatory hookups. But I think the way this grant is put out and you being able to hook up at the time of construction for free, that's going to be an incentive for most people to hook up.
That's a motivator. So. But even with that, and this is just, I'm just talking money because I don't want anybody getting anything they don't know anything about, because we've done that before with sewers. From what I know, and I may have read it wrong, somebody can correct me, Ms. Kirby, you can correct me, or somebody, that if everybody hooks up, you're still going to have a $200,000 deficit per year. Is that what you've read in that package?
That's the estimate, 120 actually.
Oh, okay.
Is what I read.
Okay.
So, but right now, I think we're getting way ahead of what we're asking for. Right now, all we're asking for is to administer the grant and do right-of-way acquisition. And we may or may not come back and ask for oversight of construction. There might be an alternative plan for that. But my motion today only deals with grant administration and right-of-way acquisition. And I would add also that there's 2 projects on the agenda today also for the town of Fort White with Dorch Street. Well, it might not be on the agenda today, but there's another project coming up with sidewalks on Sky Avenue that we've already agreed to administer the grants on. And so what I'm getting at, this is not something we don't do every day in the town of Fort White already, as far as administer grants. So
can somebody correct? Did I read that report wrong? I don't know. I must have read it wrong amount, but I guess it's an estimate. But
Mr. Chair, the numbers that Commissioner Hollingworth, he requested me to look at the North Florida Professional Services, which is what the town of Fort White hired to do your design for your sewer plant. Based on the numbers provided to them, it is a $200,000 annual deficit right out of the gate if all 133 customers hooked up day one. That was provided by NFPS. That is where those numbers come from.
Okay, so, okay.
I think those numbers also were provided before the additional $12 million came into play.
Yes, ma'am. If I may comment on that, those numbers are $350,000 once your $20 million in totality is awarded.
And once you have 20 million, once you do both, I think both sections, it'll be more. So you understand, I understand y'all are just wanting to get some, like Rocky said, start out. But once you start out, you're kind of committed. You know what I mean? You're kind of committed to building it out, and that deficit worries me. I mean, I don't know that the town of Fort White can do that. I mean, that would be 200. You would run your sewer plant, and it costs money if you don't have enough people. I learned that about sewer plants this last week, that it costs money if you don't run enough through it. So it's according to how many you have hook up. I think that's a good idea, like Rocky said, to hook up people for free. And I would think most people would do that. I don't know, but you could be 200, you could be more. It's just according to what happens. But how is that? Do we have a plan? Because I understand that this is the beginning stages, but the beginning stages takes you to the next stages, and we're spending money right off the bat. So, and I know y'all have 20 minutes. Have y'all researched at all just doing the whole thing? It's us giving y'all direction. Have you talked? Have the engineer said you can do this yourself, or I don't know? Rocky would know that better.
So from the very beginning, Commissioner Hollingworth, I don't think you were on the board at that time.
Right.
But from the very beginning, this all come about from a joint effort with the county and the town of Fort White. So I and Mayor Frazier, David, Bob White with North Florida Professional Service went to Tallahassee. And at that time, and the board voted on this, we agreed to partner with the town of Fort White on sewer. That's how the grant came available to start with, is by us agreeing. Like I said a while ago, I know some of this went sideways down the road, but the people, like I say, everybody, the clerk, everybody that went sideways with it, it's not there anymore. You can't hold them responsible for other people's actions.
And I'm not holding y'all responsible.
But let me elaborate a little bit more on what you said a while ago. You know, you was talking about the deficit. Now, we all know, even today, we pay a deficit over what it costs us to operate the water and sewer in Ellisville. There's a deficit right now. We pay it every year. But we way overcome that deficit in property taxes, gas taxes, and so forth. That's the advantages to running water and sewer. A lot of businesses cannot operate on septic tanks. So once you put water and sewer in the town of Fort White and in the area around it, and you know, you're going to be creating customers right off the bat. Some of that $200,000 is going to come from the customers paying their payments, but because that's kind of the total cost is what they're looking at. So you're going to incur some. You're going to have to subsidize it some, but that's not right now. We're not ready to asking that question, because it's 2 years down the road. If you start construction or start now, before the first phase is even ready to become online, it's at least 2 years down the road. So, you know, there's going to be some hurdles ahead, and the town might come back and ask us to help them do some other stuff. But the state of Florida has given the town of Fort White almost $20 million to take septic off and put sewer on. And they're expecting the county to help with this $20 million grant. And I think we would be sending a bad message to Tallahassee if we declined that help to the town of Fort White.
And I understand,
for future grants.
and I understand grants are wonderful, but sometimes, you know as well as I do, sometimes the grant don't do all what it's, you know, you end up not having enough money, and then you have to,
Well, that's when you apply for more.
Yeah. But, and
I will say this, and David, you can agree with this. I think Tim will even agree with this. There's going to be more money out there over the next 2 years than we've ever seen as far as grant availability for infrastructure and water and sewer. We spent 2 days in Tallahassee here the other day. We heard all about it. We get emails every day from our lobbyists talking about it. How many millions of dollars? There's $1 billion in one of them, I know, for affected counties for hurricanes. So there's a lot of money out there right now that we can apply for. And this is the time while the money's there to ask for it and move forward with utilities, in my opinion.
And I understand what you're saying about Ellisville, but kind of the difference in Ellisville and here is right now we've got guaranteed businesses coming in, signed up, ready to go in Ellisville. This is just me talking. I'm not talking to you, but you know that we know we're going to recoup the money. We know it, and I don't know what the business plan is, or if you have companies interested or whatever down in Fort White, but $200,000, and in the end, more like $350,000 a year if you do the second phase, is a lot of money. So is it going to be up to us? Is that going to be our help? We're just going, other than what we do as far as right away and all the other stuff, then that is probably, I don't know. I don't know the finances of town of Fort White. So I'm asking a question that I don't know the answer to. How do you feel? Do y'all know what, I don't know. I know the mayor, y'all are saying we're going to do better. And I do think so. I think Bill and you are going to do better. I believe you can do better. But the mayor, I don't know about that. A month and a half ago, we tried to do a equipment deal with y'all, or 2 months ago, and we had to go get it. They're just a break for some reason. And I understand you put it in perfect words where there's a break between the two groups. And I don't know what happened or why or what or when or where, but there is a mode of not getting along, and that's not good. I agree with that completely. But I'm just wondering, along with the help that we're supposed to do with that, is that going to fall on us? Because it sounds like you're not going to make, any money back. And I know with utilities, that's part of it. But so that's all I'm worried about. Is it just going to be, along with helping y'all, us writing a $200,000 check a year or whatever, like Rocky said, there may be a business that comes in that fights that off or whatever that deficit is I don't know the finances. So do you know, and you might not either, as soon as you've been there, I didn't know the county's finances 3 weeks after, what I mean? So, and Rocky may know or Bill, but you understand where that's a big commitment for the town of Fort White. And then, with Ellisville, we know we got companies coming that are going to pay us. I don't think y'all have like a indication that people are coming to open up a company or open up this. And that's why I'm scared. And I'll tell you why I'm so scared of this. A long time ago, 2 years ago, when we did the sewer plant and I think y'all understand it better, the sewer plant at the Mega Industrial Park, I wanted a package plant. That was what I wanted. I didn't get what I wanted, which is no problem. That's how it goes. And we did a sewer plant. At no time during that discussion did I ever hear that it was going to cost $1 million to maintain that thing a year. I never heard that. And I think I would have been a little more adamant about it if it had not. And I wanted to do a package plant like we did at 441. So the reason this is scaring me a little bit, 200,000 is by engineer. I think that's probably pretty accurate or less, like Rocky said, here or there. But when I found out it's $1 million to maintain the plant, we have the $35 million plant out at the mega park, and I was blown away by it. And for some reason during that entire meeting, because I remember it like it was yesterday, because the first time I was, I voted no on something, and I found out, and I think a lot of people might have voted a different way if they had known it was $1 million. We just got lucky, and the city. Thank God for Steve. He's going to help us with that, and that's not going to be all on our shoulders. The $1 million. So what I'm saying is, I hear 200,000, maybe less. I don't know if it'll be more, but you understand what that is taxpayers' dollars, and I'm just trying to get down how much, maybe close to, and I don't know if Fort White can't pay any of it, that's fine. I just kind of want to know the numbers a little better because I kind of got caught by surprise with the plant that we did 2 years ago. And like I said, we got lucky with the city. So that's all I'm asking. And I don't know, Rocky may know the answer to that.
I can respond to some of that. Number one, Mr. Kirby,
Yes, sir.
did we have any idea what was going to come to Ellisville when we put water and sewer in originally years ago?
We did not.
Had no idea, did we?
No, sir.
Didn't know anybody was coming.
No, sir.
We put it in there on a hope and a prayer that intersection would grow. That's correct.
I understand.
Now with the water sewer there, it's doing great. My next question is for Mr. Brown. I see you in the audience. If you could answer this question for me. So you took on the maintenance and operation.
Hold on a minute, if you would, Rocky. Let's keep this thing. Let's keep
Let
it
her
here.
sit down. She's standing up. We're worn out.
I just want to answer a question.
Okay, let's get to him there because I got Joel down here needing to bring in some legal aspect, and then of course I got some things to
Well,
say.
just let me ask one question and we'll move forward.
And I'll
You
answer
good
your
with it,
question.
Steve?
Okay, so do you have a problem with this, Brown?
Okay.
So the city took
Come on
on the
up,
maintenance
Steve.
and
Come on up,
operation
Steve.
of the sewer plant in Fort White, at the Mega Industrial Park. Now, I've heard this before, $1 million a year. I've heard it before. I heard it today. So let me ask you a question. The city took on the operation and maintenance of that plant out there for me. If it's $1 million a year, just say it is. You have no new customers, no new revenues coming in for that sewer plant. The customer that's on that sewer plant now is the prison. So how is the city going to come up with $1 million a year to operate and maintain a sewer plant with no new revenues coming in? And where's that money going to come from? If that's the actual cost of that plant, $1 million a year. Now, I've sat in some of these city meetings and seen them argue over $30,000, $40,000 going to Richards and everything else. that they don't have the money. So are you gonna raise the rates of your existing customers to cover this $1 million a year? Or where's this revenue gonna come from? Do y'all, I mean, surely if y'all agreed to do this for 2 years, y'all have a plan in place.
Yes, sir, if I may. So first things first, we do currently operate 2 wastewater facilities with an annual budget of roughly $2.2 million. 2 plants. St. Margaret's is a little more expensive. It's an older plant, takes a little more to operate. The newer plant runs for roughly $750,000, just right at $1 million. Now those are budgeted costs. That's everything. And if you add SCADA, that number gets even higher. You could be up in the $3 million range. The interlocal that was designed at the mega site is interesting in a couple of ways. We reached out to Florida Rural Water and they said, we've never even heard of y'all doing this stuff. So it's interesting. The commission built a plant in the middle of the woods with no customers. That's a fact. The plant's out there and there's no customers. Mr. Kraus and I had several meetings to discuss what it would take to get the plant operational for 2 reasons. One is the city currently has a pipe, some infrastructure out there that is old, and we have some issues with it from time to time. So the city had an interest, vested interest, that it was going to cost us a couple of $1 million to take that pipe off the line. So spending some money to utilize your plant was a benefit to the city. The second factor that we weighed in was Mr. Kirby and I met, and he had interest in getting rid of leachate. The 2 plants the city currently operates they cannot handle that because of the toxicity of it. So utilizing that, we had 2 revenue streams. One being the prison, which is currently a city customer. We know what that revenue stream is. What made that situation work was we used city staff. So we didn't have to pay a company to come in and run it, which would have significantly been more. So basically the answer is we could run it cheaper. But with the money the county's going to put in for leachate, the money the city's putting in, we're going to combine those funds. Now, because of the leachate being a component that we're unsure of, we haven't taken it at our other plants. We proposed, Mr. Kraus, Florida Rural Water, Mr. Kirby, myself, and Mr. Rosenthal proposed a true-up method of every 3 months. The answer you're looking for is going to be in that true-up. There is a possibility that we will be upside down in this. There is that possibility. But we did have some factors that we knew the answer to that made it where it was worth taking a risk. So to answer your question, is it going to be $1 million today? The answer to that is no. We've been at it for 3 months. What the city done is put $295,000 in an account to operate it. There are some factors in there that are not the chemicals it takes to get started up. All of that was provided under the original contract of construction.
So explain the true up.
The true up is pretty simple. The true up is basically everything it costs to operate it, everything it costs. Insurance, county's covering, insurance on the employees, the city's covering. Everything it takes to operate that plant for 2 calendar years, we're going to have a outside agency come in and actually look at our numbers. They're going to audit it, and we're going to find out exactly how much money we made. There may be a day that I stand at this podium before you and say, we're upside down.
And who's responsible for that upside down?
We will be together during in what's in the interlocal now, which has an option, I believe Mr. Foreman can speak to this, that we could opt out of it at that time. The downside to opting out of it would be you would have to mothball the plant. Our old line would go back in place. The city of Lake City put 3 valves in there so we can direct flow. So if it did come to the point where it was, to Mr. Hollingsworth's point, where it costs too much to operate, we have a contingency plan. We got a way to back out of it. I don't think that's going to happen. And to your point, Mr. Ford, you're exactly right. You do have a lot better chance in the utilities perspective to what she's saying. If you build it, they will come theory. I'm not a big fan of going out and borrowing money on that theory, but we do support it. We do have to take that risk in the utility side. So there is a gamble, kind of where you're at with it. The situation that we're in with the interlocal, and I want to make sure I'm crystal clear on this, we knew a lot of the components though. We knew what the revenue stream was. So that was a little more reassuring from the perspective of the board and the commission.
So bottom line is, whatever it costs to operate that plant over your revenues, the county's on the hook for half of it.
In theory.
In theory.
In reality, really.
And
So that's what I'm saying. We're not going to walk away from this scot-free.
If it results in a loss, but I also want to put in there that in the interlocal, if there's a profit, we split it.
And you're right. And my only point in all this is we're working with the city of Lake City.
Yes, sir.
And we're going to help the city of Lake City make sure they don't lose too much money on this deal. Ain't nobody asking for nothing else but other than that for the town of Fort White.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Joe?
So yes, sir, Mr. Chair, and I want to echo the board's kind words to the counselor. It is refreshing, and this is probably the only time I'll get to talk to. I think I've got 3 of you here at one time, and I think communication, just for your benefit, Ms. Merritt, has been a huge issue. To my knowledge and to my understanding from the staff level all the way through this board, there's never been a lack of willingness to help. It was always a breakdown in communications. So you'll notice we have, I think, 7 interlocal agreements that we redid. Remember that, Rocky? We did all those. But everything that you were asking the county to do, county has actually historically done without interlocal agreements. But when then there became some pushback, well, who's obligated to do what? That's where the breakdown occurred. And I'm just bringing everybody back up to speed. This is wonderful news. I think if the board's saying go forward and work on interlocal agreements, that's the only thing I was wanting to say, Mr. Chair. We need to make sure anything we agree to do, we do an interlocal agreement. What that does is it deflates and diffuses the politics, right? If the boards have both bound themselves to a contract and then that board changes in the future, we still have that contract to go back to. And I think, Commissioner Ford, that's one of your points. What was it, 2019, where we did an agreement where we said, hey, we'll help y'all get this grant, and you did. So that's good. With respect to the dynamics of what's being asked for today, that's what I wanted to ask to clarify, because I think I'm hearing what's being asked, and I think there's a little bit of breakdown. Helping to administer the grant, helping them marshal their funds, helping them make sure their paperwork's in order is going to be a separate consideration from O&M. O&M is more what we did with the city of Lake City, where we hired them as an operator, more or less. So that instead of us paying 100% of what it would have cost to hire new people and all that kind of stuff, they brought their resources to the table and we worked a deal. That might be, and I think that's what Commissioner Ford was saying, that might be something, a Rubicon that we cross at a later date. But right now, and please correct me if I'm wrong, this is why I'm asking the question, are you just asking for administrative support right now?
Yes.
Okay, and I wanted to make sure I thought that, because I'm hearing Commissioner Hollingsworth as well express those concerns. Well, if we get on the hook for, $400,000, $500,000, $1 million, what's that going to look like? That would look more like what we did with the city of Lake City, where there is a back end where we can, and that's what Mr. Brown was referring to, those quarterly true-ups. We get a chance to look at the finances and say, okay, is this working or not? And we have a chance to change our mind. And that's probably what we would need to do with the town of Fort White. We would actually be, it'd be a role reversal. We would be in the city shoes under that agreement, and the town of Fort White would be in the county shoes in terms of how our agreement works. So with all that in mind, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to address those issues to make sure I was clear on it. I appreciate the time.
And Mr. Kirby?
And I want to echo, ma'am, I think it's such a breath of fresh air. I want to give an example. If you want to make a softer landing, if there is an option, I'll use the Ellisville 3-phase project, for example. Today, we're going to talk about Farnell Road construction. And you got phase 2, construction of a quadrant road and all the business on Howell Road. And then phase 3 is work on 41 South, including the ramps on the interstate. The department says, look, even though we are tending all that $25 million of money, the DOT said when it comes down to phase 3, we want you to farm out the CEI work on that. We feel more comfortable with a big firm doing that. The reason I'm bringing that up, there can be a softer landing with all of this. The management of the town could piggyback with our right-of-way acquisition agents. We've got 2 of them. They could piggyback on those. If we want a softer landing, they could tend to their business on their own by using our right-of-way acquisition agents, and they could simply, just like I'm doing for the 41 side of things, hire a CEI firm to look after the project. The reason I'm bringing that up is we've got a big, fresh breath of air, but the elephant still is in the room. We couldn't even reach an agreement on some equipment, guys.
Yeah.
To this day. So if we are heading in the right direction, there is an option here to accomplish everything you're needing to do outside of the county administrative grant. And I'm gonna be just quite honest, guys. When we were down there trying to hook the water up, they were drilling wells beside us. I lived that. Mr. Green, you remember that?
I remember.
I just,
Asking everybody not to go backwards when they're so forward.
Yeah.
So,
And-
You see the three count.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute, Bill. Let's-
We are the three,
Yeah, go ahead. Well, I'll give you a minute.
we are the three count. I mean, there's no more. You got a mayor. Right now, there's not a four count. And that's why us three are here.
Mr. Chair, I'll stand down by just saying that's real fresh.
Yeah.
What we just went through.
Yes, sir.
And I completely want to support the town and help the town, and I'm saying there are options other than us down there doing their sewer plant.
And I forgot that we mentioned right-of-way acquisition. I want to be real clear that that power to acquire the right-of-way through eminent domain only flows through the council. So we would again be providing that administrative support. I think that's a great idea, Mr. Kirby. We have right-of-way acquisition agents. Y'all could piggyback on that. They charge a fixed fee, or they charge an hourly rate, I should say, to go out and do that work for you. They're good at it. We've got 2 of them. So that's a great opportunity to piggyback, but with the understanding that if sometimes they hit a brick wall and then you find yourself at eminent domain, and that's where, I know y'all are looking for a new attorney. That's where your town attorney would then work with our acquisition agents to figure out the eminent domain side of it. So I just want to make sure that was clear.
And, Monica, again, you're in a bad position because you just come into this, place. I get it. But I'm like Bill, all the mistakes, whatever went on in the past, that's past. My biggest concern is simply this. I'm 100%, we've got certain agents in place. And, I'm sorry, the gentleman from North Florida, make your way up here because I got some questions for you, if you would, please. But, we've got so many things in place. I want to make sure it's done right because here we are. I've been hearing this thing this week about June. We got a June deadline on the first part of it. And I guess my first question would be, and I know it's tough on you 3 councilmen, but North Florida, I think, is your representative on these grants, correct? At this point?
First,
You can't, has anybody went to who's the grants to? DEP or ECO or who?
DEP.
Okay, has anybody been to DEP and said, hey, we've had a major setback here, can we get an extension on that June? Because I got news for you, if I was sitting there and you want to buy my acre of land, and you got a deadline of doing it by June, you couldn't afford my acre of land. And it happens every day in government. Anybody that's been in this, so this thing's dead, this show's gonna be dead, you're gonna go to eminent domain, and I don't know how to get it started, maybe Joel and a couple more, but my point is that we got acquisition agents. As soon as y'all get the new attorney, whoever he or she may be, it's time. On the administrative side, I think it's a good thing because is it my understanding, I talked to Commerce yesterday on a few things. This grant will provide for services of administrators to administrate this grant going forth once it gets into construction and design and what have you, correct?
I can't just say yes or no to that. Let me elaborate. So and Brian Roche of North Florida Professional Services, thank you for being here. So we're doing engineering service during construction. And that is to, make sure the pumps and the material that's submitted by the contractor meets the specification. Certainly, if there's any conflicts of pipes, which that will happen, we'll go work on that. But the day-to-day administration of just, construction payments and things, that is done by the owner, which here would be the town. And that's how that's typically done.
But you simply do not know if there are firms that you can hire through this grant, pay for it wholly, that will provide that service.
I do know from talking DEP 2 months ago, this grant is pretty well set in stone at this point in time. It's federally funded. So what the state did, dozens of grants got rewritten in this summertime and the fall, and it's basically one number, everything's set, and the things in it are set. For example, I think at the Fort White town meeting, someone asked, can they use the grant money to purchase an easement, which is very rare, really, to do for small utility work. And no, you can't, because that wasn't in the grant written that way. The original grant that we're working on, the $9.8 million.
And you just put the icing on my cake, because what I've learned about grants, because in today's discussion, there's going to be a lot of discussion about grants as a whole, because I know for a fact what the monies are in Columbia County Reserve today. Checked them yesterday. I know for a fact every penny of it. And what I do know is we've got millions upon millions of dollars out there supposed to be coming back to us at a later date. We all know that. But if you pay attention to anything that's going on in Tallahassee, we don't know what the horizon holds over there. We're talking about zero property tax. We're talking about cutting a penny tax. And Rocky's exactly right. I agree with it, because I voted on that. And I sat in the audience out there when we went down the road as a community and a county to do what we did in Ellisville. We did it at that point in time because there was conflicts of opinions, and people didn't like each other to bring water from the Oasis to 75. So that's all water under the bridge. It doesn't matter. But my point is simply this, is that I am not going to vote on nothing. I'm supporting Fort White 100%. But you just answered the question. We don't know what acquisition is. Am I committing administrative support? Absolutely 100%. But I'm not going to commit to a dollar if I don't know what that dollar figure is from here on out. Because we are upside down in our grants today. That's going to be a big discussion here today. Because we have not done a good job on I shouldn't say administering, but retrieval of our funds, of y'all's funds, taxpayers' funds. We're going to do a better job of that. And I surely don't want to jump off in another fire pit. Because, I grew up, not in Fort White, but stayed in Bill's place. I'm going to do everything I can to support the Ishtuckity Trace. It's just all there is to it. We had a great meeting yesterday with Swanee River. Rocky and myself was on the water council there. And we learned a lot of stuff. And I'm on the authority board, the regional water board. Rocky chairs it. We learned a lot yesterday. It blew my mind how much we learned. But my point is simply this. I think, when did y'all put this grant ask together on this 12-2?
Last summer, we helped the town clerk. They actually, one of our engineers actually worked with her, input in it, myself, and a couple of people helped create the 12 million. The second, it's $12 million, I believe, right? The second one, we did that last July, turned it in, and we helped the town clerk actually put that in.
And y'all done a good job helping Fort White. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, because y'all kept on a steady pace, as steady as you can, with all the turmoil that Monica speaks of, that she's sitting back watching. And myself and Mr. Ford, we've sat in many meetings down there and kind of got targeted, him more than I, but I stay close to the door. But but I know that's all water under the bridge. I get that, and 100%. But will I commit today as being a partner in, we can share with administrative, our acquisition agents and stuff? I think there's no sense in y'all spending that kind of money, or we already got them kind of people on hand. But I'm real concerned that what I've learned, not on y'all's grant, I ain't really looked at, ain't had time because I've been focused on all these other headaches. I don't want to get involved and commit to hundreds of thousands of dollars on the sewage grant in Fort White when I ain't even got my own grant straightened out yet. It's just because I'm 100% sure in the next 6 months we'll be talking in this room right here how we're going to allocate money and do this and do that better, whatever. Rocky, I wasn't able to go to Tallahassee this week, Rural Days and what have you, and he's been real adamant about going to meet with our legislators, what have you. Me and him made a DEP thing. It's unfunded mandates. I've been here 8.5 years. Dale Wheaton's been around for 40, and the preemptive's coming towards small rural counties. How do you plan for that? We're in rough times right now. We're in really rough times, and I think Tallahassee, DEP, DNR, whoever you want to call it, I think they need to take a strong commitment, because, Fort White is not just a value to Columbia County, it's a value to the state of Florida. And, I grew up on the river down there where there was no fences down there. But my point is simply this, is that can it be done? Yeah. 165 today, I'm just using this as Tim Murphy uneducated numbers. It's $165,000 per dwelling is what the state of Florida is throwing at 135 doors. That's what it equates out to be. So, I'm not saying that's not bad, and I know we got to make that commitment beforehand, but, it seems as though that to me, there could have been some other roads to go down, and unfortunately for Bill and Monica and other councilmen like that, just like what I'm griping about here in Columbia County, in our government, transparency hasn't been here. Mr. Kraus just spoke about a grant, and we're going to have discussion about that there. But from here on out, unless I understand every single grant and every single commitment to the penny, I ain't voting on no more. That's just me. But because I know where the numbers are right now today, without a shadow of a doubt.
Chairman, could I ask Brian a question?
But I'm done. But yes, sir, go ahead, Rob.
So Brian, if I remember right, on this grant for Fort White, they've agreed to pay as we go. We don't have to spend all this money up front and get everything in before they reimburse us. Oh, am I correct on that?
Yeah, I think I can do two things real quick. There was originally two grants, one grant for 5.3, and the second one's 4.5. Those together became 9.8 last fall because the state put them together, and it was the 9.8s for 133 units. And then, and that's when we're working on the design is ready, needs to go out to bid, and by June, we're looking at the easements. That's the one we're working on right now. There's 14 easements, 11 landholders. I might be off one or two here. Okay, the second grant is the one that came out this last week that Mr. Murphy asked, we helped the town clerk put in last July, and that's the $10 million or $12 million grant. And so for the 9.8, I know how that works. The contractor is going to submit a bill, and they get reimbursed that month. So if the contract's written, when the lawyers write the contract, is the town going to have to front a month's worth of payments? Maybe, maybe not. That has to be written, but they get reimbursed right away. And we help put in the engineer helps put the technical requirements, but the grantee, which is the town, has to submit that paperwork. Right now, I don't know who that would be at the town submitting that paperwork every month.
So my question is, the county's not going to have to put out $7-8 million and then wait for that $7-8 million to come back in.
No.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for Brian.
Go ahead.
It's based on my reading yesterday, the construction of phase one will not allow new customers. That's to satisfy the current customers, 133. Am I correct?
Yeah, I call it area 1 and 2 because where the grant was ready. It's the 132. That is the 9.8 million that we're working on the 14 easements and ready to go to bid and by June.
But am I correct? That's to accommodate the current 133 customers?
Yes.
I just want to make that a point of knowledge. When we're talking about the 120 to 200,000, whatever the number is, that's not going to change that number, right?
You're talking about the revenue discussion before? Right. No, that's for 133. That's the revenues and the expense projection we put in that November 30th, 2023 that some people refer to Board of Commission meeting. That's new. That stays, yes, Kevin.
Great.
This 12 million would be approximately 100 more. No one's designed it. We did a conceptual layout to help the town put the grant in. Did it last July and really hadn't thought about it much, until a week or two ago when it came out that it got awarded. Did I answer that crisp enough, Kevin?
Yes, sir. I think, and Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, and I know you guys are not voting on that part of it today. I just think it's important to put it out there. You build the phase one, whatever that deficit number is the number, because you're not acquiring new customers.
So growth is not a part of it with this part of it, with that. It's who you're servicing the people that are already there, and that's what you're spending the money on. And whether they hook up or not is the question. I know y'all have a way to try to facilitate that.
Well, the town needs to take action to figure out, is it going to be, I've heard meetings in towns over the year and a half, is it going to be a mandatory connection? My understanding, there has been no ordinance put in place for that. And if that, excuse me, if it's a clarity, Kevin, there's 133 connections.
Right.
Could it end up being 132 or 131 when it's done? Just something may just be a conflict that you find on the field. We estimate the revenues, I believe, was more like 100 connections actually occur, some are commercial. So all that's an estimate, but we know some will not.
But at the end of the day, Brian, you're talking about 2 years of construction. There's a lot of things could happen for like 2 years.
Yeah, it needs to be done in 18 months.
18 months, just 18 months. I'm just saying, there's a lot of people sitting there watching, I think, right now, when they see construction start, they're going to be buying property and getting ready to build in town of Fort White. I know there's some companies reaching out right now on the speculation sewer coming to Fort White, looking at property and stuff. So what I'm getting at, in 18 years' time, you could have 2 or 3 or 4 more big commercial vendors or customers coming into Fort White while this construction is being done. You don't know.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Brian, I want to go back. I've never seen a grant. Most counties our size, like Columbia, most counties do not have independent CEI. You'd agree on that?
Ask me directly again.
Most counties our size do not have in-house CEIs.
Yeah, I think you would be much bigger. I'm sure Miami has their own, Orlando and Jacksonville, but yeah.
Well, I brought that point. You made a mention a while ago. You were unsure if the grant would allow outside CEI. I've never seen a grant that did not allow for CEI.
It's the current one is not listed that way. It was not certain. We could go back and talk to the state and validate that it is. But the current grant with that cost estimate, the way they originally had 5 categories, like pre-construction activities, survey, engineering, connections, construction, and project management. Those got rolled up last July. I think there is certainly, that's a gray item. We're doing engineering service construction.
Sure.
But we could go back and ask the grant manager at DEP on that.
And Brian, if I may, is it unreasonable to call an emergency meeting with DEP, y'all, to ask them for this extent? I mean, this sounds like a pretty legit reason to kind of ask for help on this.
All due respect, Mr. Murray, I don't want to, speculate too much about different ideas here on this one, but there are probably options to be done. I do know from talking to the grant manager that 9.8 has to be spent by December 30th because it's federal money, and that's long, that's 3 or 4 months old information, and they did that. But if the $12 million coming in, there's probably some room to know, like if we have a challenge on an easement, maybe that street gets pushed into the, I'm gonna call it Area 3, the new 12 million. So I think there might be some flexibility that could be done between the project coordination if this new grant is actually signed and committed. But just changing the 9.8, that has to be spent by December 31st, 2026.
I totally get that. But
Okay,
it
sorry.
just blows my mind that somebody hasn't at least had that conversation with DEP.
To extend it?
Yeah.
There was,
Because y'all as North Florida seen the same mess we've seen going on.
all due respect, there was a one-sided conversation. DEP has said clearly that one has to be spent by that date. That'd be that date. So there was an opportunity there. We had a conversation 6, 8, 9 months ago, and it was clear when they redid all their grants related to that, because that was federal money, had to be spent by that.
Okay.
I do think with the new 12, there might be some, if there's something that gets held up because of an easement or something, that there's probably some flexibility to adjust.
New, not to cut you off, but I mean, it's, it sounds like the real problem here is to try to protect that 9.8. Yeah, I would think, that, like you just said, you got deadlines here. But apparently previous staff down there, somebody dropped the ball and, didn't. Of course, we all understand there's been, like, we get it. And that's, I'm not making excuses. Just,
Chairman,
I don't want them to lose 9.8.
Yeah, I was planning on calling DP next week after today's conversation.
Chairman,
Yes,
just for
sir,
the
Rob.
record,
Yes,
just for
sir,
the
Rob.
record, my grant only covers the 9.8. I'm not addressing the 12 million.
No, no, exactly. Okay, I think the
Yeah.
12.2 is early enough that that's problems down the road. We're trying to stick to 9.8.
So David, you have quite a bit of experience on these grants. What is your thoughts on how
Well, first of
how
all-
this can work?
Thank you. First of all, we have not been involved in this grant. For whatever reason, when the town and the county started having issues, we are completely excluded from this grant and have not had a lot of input or knowledge of what this grant details. So I can't give you a definitive answer on the grant because I've quite frankly never read it. Because it's not our grant. I think, definitely I like Mr. Kirby's idea, that we can get you hooked up with our people that procure easements and kind of give you advice. I don't see any issues with that. But again, in terms of the operating of the plants and the mechanics and the numbers, we've had no involvement. So we have no
And we're
intimate
not-
knowledge of how this is
I'm not
working.
There you go.
Yeah.
And I agree with Mr. Ford. We're not even there. But Monica, I guess what I'm saying is, just as myself, I'm one of 5. I have no reservation whatsoever extending out them that assistance and them services that we can provide y'all to save y'all a dollar. There's no sense in you going through that headache, RFPs and all that there. And I think our acquisition agents have done us a pretty good job. And then of course we got a good relationship as well as y'all do with North Florida. And then his team can, like I said, go to work on that. I don't know y'all finance, they got a clue. But, it's kind of, I just want to make sure, and I think Mr. Ford was very, very adamant in covering, it's a broad statement, but I want to make sure that whatever motions we do vote on here, everybody's clear on. I'm not voting on a grant or details in the future, just like Rocky said a minute ago. But to get this grant to a point, I'll refer to Joel and, with a non-money commitment, but.
If I can,
Okay.
oh, I'm sorry.
Chairman, with all due respect, we do have a motion and a second.
I understand that, but we discussed it.
Mr. Chair, there was a statement made a while ago, I'm confused. The motion on the table is for us to administrate the grant and administrate the construction. Am I correct by that?
No.
Okay, just the grant.
The only thing I have made a motion to do is to administrate the grant and help with right-of-way acquisition at this point. That's all I've asked to do. That's
Okay.
my motion.
All right, so the question I have, I think David and I agree, I have never looked at this grant other than yesterday. I looked at it yesterday. We are absolutely in the dark. I can only assume the next step would be is to go hire your contractor, CEI, and all that. I'm trying to grasp, where does this end? Because we are in the dark. We have never had any input on this.
Joel,
Mr. Chair, what I understood the request to be was to move forward with trying to help. And what I had said was we need an interlocal agreement to memorialize whatever that help might be. I understand Commissioner Ford's scope exactly. When we talk, the reason we do written interlocal agreements is they're negotiated. And so the way I would construe the board's motion today, since there's no interlocal agreement to approve, is for me and the management team to get with the town's management team and with the engineers, figure out what that interlocal needs to look like so we can accomplish the board's objective. If the board's objective is for us to provide grant support and right-of-way acquisition support, that's what the interlocal agreement will provide for. And we'll work out those terms and conditions on the staff level where they can be negotiated more at arm's length, bring it back, fully explain it. We can adopt it at the next meeting. It shouldn't be that hard to work out. That also gives staff an opportunity, to the extent they don't know the answer to any questions, to just deal with them on the staff level.
So I'll amend my motion and I'll say grant administration right-of-way acquisition in the form of a interlocal agreement with the town of Fort White.
I'll redo mine and I'll go ahead and agree to
You're second that.
just second that.
Okay, any other discussion? Anybody have anything else? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Okay, Monica, before I let you go, and And if you don't know the answer, that's fine. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine too. How soon do y'all assume that you'll be hiring a town attorney? If it,
Yeah.
and I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
Should be at the meeting Monday night.
Gotcha.
We're supposed to.
Okay, good.
And
That's
if
encouraging.
I could make a suggestion, just to alleviate some of the previous issues, since y'all are so small, if you would consider as a council designating a member of the council to be your representative on the negotiation team. Anytime you're in a really small government, we're big enough that we don't really need a county commissioner to attend unless one of y'all really wants to. We need one of y'all to attend so that there's a voice in those council meetings. So if y'all would consider that, I think everybody involved would agree that having a counselor in the room will help with the negotiations.
And to echo Joe's comments, the other reason you want that is your staff is all new, so they may not be able to negotiate.
Yeah, I want to ask you, Monica, something. Monica and Bill, whoever wants to answer this. What is your quorum? What do you have to have for a quorum in y'all got a quorum right now?
Yeah.
You do? Okay. All right. I just wondered because I know you're
We're
missing
supposed to
one.
have 4 and a mayor, but it don't take.
Oh, okay. So it's 4 in the mayor. I thought it was 5 in the mayor. Like, okay.
We're supposed to have 4 and a mayor,
Okay.
but we got 3 in the mayor right now, but that's a quorum.
Okay.
So,
But that's a quorum, so that's all.
right,
Okay.
right.
All right. And I would tell y'all, I mean, I just worry about our relationship. It's like you said, we're starting a new day, a new time, and let's don't let anybody jack that up. Let's make sure we all get along. And if something happens and you hear talk, or somebody's call us. If you hear one commissioner you think, or we hear one of y'all that's saying negative, we need to call each other and say, hey, is this real or is this true? Because a lot of people will say things that aren't true just to mess up our relationship. That's what I'm dealing with. When Rocky's done all the things he's done for Fort White, and he has done a lot of times he'll get jumped on by something he didn't have nothing to do with, and we all do, so it was a stressful time, when we were doing all this stuff and everybody was, so.
Gets jumped on for doing good things.
Get jumped on anything, no matter what we did.
Monica, y'all, and she's had, thank y'all for coming. And I know we didn't answer all the questions, but hopefully we're gonna head down the right road.
I think we're on to a good start.
Yeah, y'all are us. And that's all there is to it.
And again, Monica, I
Thank you for having me.
I appreciate you taking the initiative to
Let
let
her-
her do this.
Let her sit down, she's tired.
Mr. Chair,
Okay, yes, sir.
Mr. Jenkins is here.
Who?
Antonio?
Okay. We got a couple time issues as far as,
Mr. Brown?
yeah, that's right. And what Mr. Brown, Steve Brown from the city, they've got I think he's got a B2 out here at the water plant to accept an award for their quality water that's kind of come about, what have you. So he's got to be there. Mr. Rosenthal can't be there. And then, so on what I'm trying to get at is we got 11 and 12. The 12, David, I'm going to put 12 up next for Steve's. He needs to be in a couple places. He's got an issue going on at 4775.
Okay.
I'm going to move it up to number 12 for the the interlocal agreement with the city on the master meter. And then David, I think it's just right. We'll probably bring Antonio there, and then we'll deal with you on the update. So, you know what I'm saying?
Whatever you want. That sounds
So
good.
Steve, if you're going to be asking questions, I'm sure. So at this point in time, just be ready. Got number 12, local agreement with the City of Lake City master meter for North Florida Mega Industrial Park. Go ahead, David.
So, yeah, I'm glad Steve's here for this. Should be pretty straightforward. Let me zip through the slides. Interlocal agreement, and I'm actually going to flip back in a second. But basically, you established an interlocal agreement with the city on how we operate the sewer plant. They operate the sewer plant for the county. It's a county-owned sewer plant. So we have taken that as our basically master guide on how to move forward in terms of interlocal agreements with the city. So at one of your previous meetings, you agreed that we would voluntarily annex a piece of property into the city once they build a master meter. In talking to Mr. Brown, it's not as simple as just putting a master meter in. So we went back and we met with the attorneys and worked out this agreement, and it's been modified from what was in your packet a little bit, so I'm going to turn it over to Joel. But basically, this says the city will meter all city water used in the industrial park. They guarantee that they'll do that. They're going to meter everything. And we agree that we will annex that piece of property. I'm going to turn it over to Joel to talk about the revisions that the two attorneys made.
So you're kind of looking ahead to two different things. It's sort of like the last discussion we just had. It's important to compartmentalize some of this stuff when we're doing interlocal agreements. David's right that we're kind of using the wastewater interlocal as a basis, but this one is actually a deviation from that. All this agreement provides for is that the city will install and maintain and provide data from metering of any water coming from the city into the industrial park, right? So as soon as it crosses the boundary into the industrial park, the city is going to have and maintain a mechanism for keeping track of that water so they can report it to us. The things that I've taken out after talking to Mr. Martin will be components of the next agreement, which we've been starting negotiations on that. It'll be a little while before you see it, but that one's going to go to the actual cost splitting, whether or not we're going to divide up our cup, all those kind of questions that this board hasn't answered yet. Those are all saved for another interlocal agreement. So that's why this one's a little more simple. This one is as simple as this. The city's going to do everything that they're supposed to do to install, maintain, and keep mechanisms to keep track of all water going into the NFMIP. In exchange for them doing that, and once that's up and running, we will then voluntarily annex what I'm calling the leftover Hunter Panels property out there. What that does, it gives them a throughway to the airport that they don't currently have. So they're going to basically spend money and do all this stuff and provide us data on an ongoing basis. And the only thing we're going to have to do in return is agree to that annexation. That's what this agreement calls for. Anything else with cost sharing, CUP, permitting, all that kind of stuff, that's saved for another day. So if you did happen to read this over the last few days and you're like, wait, where'd all the stuff from that go? It's saved for another day.
Well, you know, based on the past with this city, I just.
Steve, is there anything you like to, can't get a break, can you?
Yeah, I feel like Fort White.
Steve, is there anything you like to?
Feel like the old days. Chairman, if I may ask a question.
Yes, sir.
On materials, terms, and provisions, number 3. Can you explain that to us, Joe?
The one that I just handed out to you?
Yeah, the city shall construct, maintain, and operate a master meter or similar mechanism
Right.
for purposes of tracking any water delivered by the city into the Norfolk Mega Industrial Park.
That's correct. So that's
My concern is on this one is they picked the location and we cannot dispute that location, if I'm reading this correct.
That is correct. So the way this is written is whatever, it's kind of like Kevin says means and methods a lot. You know, we'll say, hey, build a road. But outside of that, we get out of the way and we let the contractor do what they want to do. This is kind of a means and methods paragraph where we say, look, as long as we're keeping track of every drop of water that's going in there, we don't care if it's 3 meters, 1 meter, 10 meters, as long as you can show us, city, that you're catching it at the property line. And they understand they have to do that. So I think Steve's still trying to deal with, and you can address this technically more better than I can. There may be ways that they split this up into 2 meters if water's coming in from 2 different locations. They don't want to be limited to only being able to bring the water in from one spot. So if we say, hey, it's 1 master meter, that means they can only come onto the property at one location. So am I explaining that correctly?
That's correct.
So they had really just asked, they're like, no, we're going to do it. We just may need to do it a different way than through a single big meter. So that's what that means.
Commissioner Ford, at one time, there was talk in previous city managers of a master meter on US 90.
Right.
If you look in your agenda packet, there's a map of where the city is proposing to run a new water main from the water plant directly to the industrial park. Well, that master meter on 90 would not have affected this line. So by putting in the provisions the way Joel said, however the water gets there has to be metered. So if they change how it gets there, or they put in a new line or replace a line, they have to meter it. And that's giving them that flexibility.
I just knew this wasn't what we voted on originally. So I was just questioning why we're doing it this way.
Yeah. And it's real simple. Exactly, they're both exactly right. So currently today, the meter is at the end point. The the two customers that are in the, which is the prison, which is the cities and one of your wastewater facility, we have metering devices there. So by the original agreement, you're exactly right, Commissioner, we would put a redundant meter upstream to the tune of $55,000, for example. So what we asked the attorney and the county manager was, is there any possibility that we can utilize this money in a better used area? And Mr. Krause is exactly right. For example, if we run a dedicated line, and the reason why we would do that is for future expansion. If we run that dedicated line, it would be able to increase volume. So that meter would be better served at the end of the new expansion. And that's what we just wanted to throw that out there, put it in writing that we have the ability to move it from one location to the other. That's all that is.
Is there any way you could provide a copy of that plan when y'all get it all done to us?
In their packet.
I think it's in the.
I'm looking at, I don't see where it shows where the meter's going to be. It just shows the line is what I'm looking at. So.
At that line, if you see where that line crosses into the industrial park,
Yes.
that would be a location, potential location for a master meter.
Where you talking about, Dave, where the solid line meets
Solid
that
line,
dotted
yes.
line?
All they're talking about right now, the 3.46 million, is to get it to the property.
Correct. And that would be the
Interior
location.
lines would depend on development.
See, I guess
Got you.
if I'm looking at it right.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Because do I recall on the,
Here's the plan.
on the master design?
So where are you talking about going right here, David?
They're
The
talking about
meter,
putting the meter right there,
right there.
because this is a future line that would be built in the future.
This one here.
Yeah.
This
They're not
line here
talking
is
about
here.
building the dotted line, they're talking about building the solid line.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, and that would be to capture the flow from that side of it. So rather than funneling everything to 90, that new line would need to be metered there regardless of the verbiage master meter. That's where we would propose to put it to cover two purposes.
Because Steve, right there in that area, or I should, for Steve may not even know, where is isn't that the general area where the proposed, residential area is gonna be?
Yes,
Okay, I thought so, okay.
yes.
Okay.
But it's also the closest point to the water plant.
Understand.
So that is the line that we talked about 2 or 3 years ago.
Yes.
That runs behind the college and the college library out Timberwolf,
Mhm.
down Timberwolf, and on the water management property, the closest point.
I got you. Steve, is there any, yay, nay, doesn't really matter. Is there still ongoing conversation in the back rooms, anything about possibly extending this runway? You have anything?
No, I have absolutely nothing to do with the
I
airport.
just seen the runway there, I was just curious. Okay,
But this would not interfere with LKQ or any of the properties on 90. It would all be on the city's property that they lease from the water management district.
got you. Perfect. Okay, board, any other questions?
And again, this is a city project. So we as a county don't have a lot of intimate knowledge of the project because it is a city project that they've worked with their engineer that they're proposing.
We're going to be very transparent with you.
Oh, they are. They're very-
Everything that we have. This was mainly to encompass the master meter discussion and the location. But yeah, we don't have, we're going to have it out there so you can see it. I've already shared it with Kevin and David as of now, which is in your packet.
Okay, with that being said, seek a motion for agreement of the interlocal with the city of Lake City on the master meter.
So moved.
Got a motion, got a second. No more discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you for your time, Commissioner.
I think we'll get you out.
Thanks,
You can
Steve.
stop at Hardee's on the way out there. Get your certificate.
So which item do we want to go to next?
Okay, let's get Mr. Antonio, because I think we can cover that pretty quick and he can get back on the road.
He's got houses to inspect this afternoon.
There you go, yeah. Got your gun with you to do them inspections?
I have everything I need. Hopefully the patience as well. Good morning. Thank you for having me. Antonio Jenkins with Guardian CRM. I'm your small city CDBG consultant. I'm here today just to provide a little bit of information. I know after speaking with Mr. Krause here that the county is interested in seeking, possibly seeking or applying for an additional small city CDBG grant. Previous iterations of these particular grants, you were only allowed to have one at a time. You had to complete that grant, close it out administratively at the state. The state has changed their rules. They now allow you to have what I call categorical grants. That's housing rehabilitation, neighborhood revitalization, or commercial revitalization. It will allow you to have multiple of those grants open at once now. So you can apply for those. We are currently in an open grant cycle. That will close out on the second, sometime between the 2nd and 4th of next month. So it is a little bit of a tight timeline. I'm just here to give you a little bit of information about need for the housing rehabilitation category. We currently have a grant that is open. Of that grant, we had to service a minimum of 11 applicants or households. Of those households, the folks who applied, we had 5 who were single-family residences, your standard single-family unit home on a slab, and 6 of those that were mobile homes. 3 of those are complete, 2 of those are out for rebid, and 1 is out for what they call environmental review at the state level. It's boring. I won't bore you with that unless you want that information. The other 6 were all mobile homes. Of those 6 mobile homes, 2 are only viable for rehabilitation. The other 4 are beyond repair. If we'd be putting money into it, we would only be taking care of about 1/10 of their code or HQS deficiencies, housing quality standard deficiencies. So running another grant concurrent, if you choose, if it's the will of the county and the commission to apply for a housing rehabilitation grant, there is need for that. I'm sure you have heard through the ARPA program, some of that continued need. I know the county manager has, and I know I have. So I'm basically here just to say there is a need for it, even inside of the current grant that you have, because we're not going to be able to assist at least 4 of those mobile home units because there's just not enough money in the current budget. The good news about this new rule set from Commerce is that you don't have that $750,000 cap. We can exceed that. Now, whether they grant that is another story, but you can apply for more than the $750,000 cap. I know was some conversation about reimbursement of these particular grants. The reimbursements for these grants are pretty immediate. You can do them per quarter or per finished project. And this is not near the scale of a $20 million grant or anything like that. At most, we would be asking for about $1 million for a home rehabilitation grant. And that's just to make sure that we can take care of the large number of mobile homes that kind of apply for these particular grants. And like I said, some of them are just beyond repair. In some grant capacity, if you can help at all, it's good to help. But like I said, CDBG mandates that if I touch that home, I have to bring it up to code. And there's just not enough money to do that with the remaining CDBG funds that we have. So some of those folks are going to be coming after me with pitchforks and torches because I'm going to have to tell them that unfortunately we just do not have the funding in this grant to assist them. And even if we could, we would not be meeting the mandate of the CDBG program or our current agreement with the state. Short and simple.
Antonio, y'all got a tough job. And of course, with the ARPA thing, it's kind of exploded and ARPA changed our world. And there's never such an abbreviation. But these homes that you're alluding to, that's, not worth putting a penny into it. All the FEMA homes that local mobile home manufacturers and what have you built, I know there's several places in Florida where they're stacked and stored, brand new, sealed. Is it reasonable is these types of grants, being though it's coming from the government, is there a way to work that to maybe put them in a new, quote, FEMA home, that may be out there in, quote, storage?
It could be. We've had with ARPA and the CDBG grant, what we've used is your local, because we've amended our housing assistance plan, which is kind of the grant Bible, so to speak, tells us what we can and can't do. We did make a successful amendment to the state to use your local mobile home factories here. And the 2 that we replaced came directly from the mobile home center just up the street.
Oh, okay.
Up the street there. But as far as the FEMA homes, it would be something that we could inquire about. It wasn't applicable at the time that this grant was going. And I'll be honest with you, I hadn't looked into it. But it is something that we could inquire about should you choose to move forward with the housing category.
I was totally unaware that y'all had already done that. So my whole theory was just getting them in a new home of some sort.
That's right now, that's the cheapest option, and it meets all the standards, and it gets them in a new and safe compliant home. And if we have to add ADA accessibility factors to that, we can do that at minimal cost at that particular point, which we have done for both of these particular homeowners.
All right, thank you. Anybody else have any questions for Mr. Antonio?
So this is an extension of the grant that we already have right now, or just be separate?
It would be a separate grant. This grant is already near the closeout phase, because like I said, we're not going to be able to service everyone here.
Right.
So we should be closing this grant out, depending on rebids and how long it takes the state to clear them environmentally, individually. That can take 90 days sometimes. But we should be near closeout of this particular grant here in the next 6 months. And then the next grant, should you choose housing, would probably start running officially or be awarded officially by the time this one is closing out. So technically, they won't run concurrently. They just will have some overlap.
I agree with Commissioner Murphy. I really like this plan better than rehabbing houses.
Yeah.
Because that was just one argument after another. I'm gonna tell you, you never do enough that way.
That is correct.
And there's no way you can fix everything in their house.
No.
Like I say, I really like this plan. Just demo the existing house, put a new house in, and be done with it.
Start fresh from the ground up. So what do we do? Oh, do we do this?
Yeah, go ahead, Kip.
Is this a motion time, or do we need, no motion?
No, this is just an update on that there.
Okay.
Just for clarification, I'm not trying to mind read Kevin, but on further deals that we got, you'll be bringing this other grant back to us, what he spoke of about it could be commercial or this, that, and another. And then that's when, I suspect this Kevin's attention here, that he's probably got some, constituents in need of some situations, so.
So the way the CDBG process works is before you can apply for a grant, you've got to have 2 public hearings. They have to have a certain amount of notice in the newspaper. So timing is very, very critical. So you have to have 2 public hearings on this before the beginning of May or right at the beginning of May. So you would have 1 public hearing at your next regular meeting. And that public hearing would be asking the public, do you want us to apply for a CDBG grant? Here's what the CDBG grant could be used for. How do you want to use it? Typically, we know what we want, but that's the requirement. You have to at least put it out there. Then between that and the second public hearing, you have to have your grant application in order, because the second public hearing is, this is the grant we're applying for.
David, while we're talking about this, Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
That is correct.
Antonio, I've had some discussion. I know some of the council members of the town of Fort White, they want to apply for one of these CDBG grants also for some housing inside the town. They're going to need some help with that. You know, I hope the county can offer them some advice, but if there's anything you could do to help them with that also.
That's all they need to do is reach out, and I'll be glad to walk them through.
David, can you give me all his information so I can get it to the council?
And they will have to have 2 public hearings as well.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. You know, they're in basically everybody down there's new. The lawyer's going to be new, the clerk's new, the mayor's new. So
That's a tough situation.
it's a tough situation, exactly. And they are going to need some help. There are some families in the town or in the city limits of Fort White that need some assistance on housing also. And they have this grant available right now, and they really need to take advantage of it. And I know they want to take advantage of it. They just, again, need some guidance and some help to do that.
I like them new, and I can teach them to do it right the first time.
There you go.
There you go. There you go.
And again, it's a federal grant. There's lots of paperwork, lots of strings. So that's why we contract it out, because it's, quite frankly, we've done it before, but it's really more than we can
Well, I'm
handle.
going to give them your information, Antonio, so hopefully they'll be reaching out to you pretty soon. So.
And Tony, I'll just reiterate, I really appreciate it. I mean, the time I've been here, your name's been running around there. I finally figured out who you were coming through the hall one day. Apparently you do a pretty good job, because I don't get a whole lot of headaches now. There's a couple out there that said, you know, Tony is a bad dude, but hey, it's all good. We appreciate it.
That's about 1 in 10. If I'm at a 90% satisfaction rate, I'll take that. About 1 in every 10 is going to give me some heartache.
We appreciate you. We
Thank
sure
you.
do.
Thank you for your assistance.
Thank you, Antonio.
Okay, board, I'm just gonna kind of spread this around. we're coming up on the 11 o'clock. I feel like update on county utilities is probably going to be a pretty good discussion. And board, I'm just kind of getting the consensus. Are y'all going to want to break at 12? Because I'm pretty sure we're not going to be done at 12. But y'all going to want to break or just keep on rolling?
It's up to the board. I mean, if y'all want to break, we take a break.
I don't eat
tonight.
lunch normally, but it's up to y'all. Totally up to y'all. Keep on rolling.
I can go to 1. But at 1 o'clock, I'm probably gonna have to have a snack something.
What are you going to get, an old oak tree out here?
I can go right there as hard as it come back, but
I can tell you, we
yeah.
ain't doing like a hurricane in our.
Okay, so-
We ain't ordering in, I can tell you.
Yeah.
Okay, you're standing there, David, so I would, let's go ahead with the update on we're jumping all around here. We got number 11, update on the county utilities.
All right, this may take a couple seconds to go through. Before I get into the actual update, I wanted to reiterate what our understanding, the direction of this board is when it comes moving forward. Because sometimes we got a new member, sometimes there's confusion. We want to be transparent. We want you to know, we want to make sure we understand what your wishes are. So our understanding of your wishes are, we want to get out of the utility business. At some point, we want to have the utility authority do it or the city do it. But we want to get out of the utility authority or out of the utility business as a county. And the reason it's important for us to know this, if you're talking about money, and I know we always have concern, we don't like borrowing money. If you're getting out of the utility authority business or getting out of the utility business, you don't need to be making decisions on borrowing money. That needs to be whoever you're going to assign the utilities to or sell the utilities to. Does that make sense? So we're just asking for clarification. Is that still our intent to get out of the utility business within the next couple of years?
So David, I didn't know there was any other option on the table but the utility authority.
I'm just saying. Right now, we
I haven't heard anything about a plan to give everything to the city.
Well, I didn't say give everything to the city.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, we have a partnership with the city right now. We're working on the utility authority. My big issue is we want to be sure this board still wants to get out of the utility business and turn it over to an authority or,
I thought that's the whole reason we started the North Florida Water Utility Authority.
and if that's the wish of the board, I just want all the board members to agree.
Yeah, the commissioner, not
I'll
wrong.
speak for myself. I have no problem with that. But as we learned yesterday in our water utilities meeting, we're in the infant stages. We got a lot of work to do. The gentleman from Clay came yesterday and educated the heck out of a bunch of people in that room. He should have been there a year and a half ago. But hey, we were all just who we are, and we didn't know no better. But I can assure you what I learned yesterday from him is going to help make my decisions a lot more valid in the future. Just speaking for me. And
So I guess
I'm not saying we've done anything wrong to this point, but we got that big animal in front of us that, and for those who weren't there, myself and Rocky and others that were there yesterday, we heard Suwannee County is our partner in this utility. They're the only other partner we got. And we're looking at them with no debt. They said we have no debt. But just like Rocky alluded to earlier, we've got debt. So that's why we got Bobby Payne, people like that hired in. And they're going to bring that business model, if you want to say, how do you commingle that and take the authority and go on with it? Because at the end of the day, I'm going to reiterate something I learned yesterday at the end of the meeting, was broke up and what have you. What was the gentleman's name from
Which one?
Clay? Whoever
Jeremy Johnson.
the executive director from Clay.
Jeremy Johnson.
I'm going to make a T-shirt of it. It's just like he said. There at the end of the day, he said, I wasn't there 31 years ago when they put this together. He said, but I have come in an integral part and it's continued to grow. From what I researched last night, it's one of the most successful entities in the state of Florida by far. Difference is they walked in the door making a profit. There's nobody in this room, I feel confident, that's gonna be on this earth when North Florida Water, this utility will make a penny. I'm confident of that. Because as he said yesterday, I was blown away when he said that, what did they say? They got, call it 60,000 customers. They got 200 employees. They're budgeted for 199 employees. They got 194 yesterday. So that's a big number. And then they got 7 plants. It costs them $5 million a plant to run a year. So that's just, and that's what he said. He said that's dead operational. Only. Not distribution, not collection. That's operational. And so we got a lot of, I'm like Ms. Ford, I'm open to everything. But one thing he said, you've got to follow your numbers. If you follow your numbers, you're going to jump in another hole that you ain't going to get out of. He said it's proven true to us. And so that book that David does shine right there, I highly recommend. I was in it last night till about 11:30. Everybody on this board in this community, I'm sure David can provide it to you digitally or however you want it, but there's a lot of good stuff in that. That's the Bible of utilities. There's a lot of good stuff in there, but we got a lot of work ahead of us. I really do.
So the reason I bring this up is if we're being out of this utility in 2 years, any debt isn't our debt. That's going to be whoever you're putting on, and you need to make sure whoever you're putting on is willing to accept that debt. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
I just want to make sure that that is the direction the board wants us to go here.
Yeah. That's my, I ain't gonna say vote, but that's my consensus. I'm looking forward to getting out of it. But go ahead.
Yeah, in the end of all ends, when we do turn it over to the authority, that authority is made up of what I call people with no skin in the game. In other words, they don't have any political connections. They don't have any you know what I mean? So it's all going to be people that are going to make the right decisions every time and not because of political reasons or whatever. So what are they usually made up of? Do you just appoint people?
Well, let me give you a caveat to that. In your agenda packet that I was going to talk about, which was in their agenda packet, they're coming up on their first year anniversary. So we looked at what is the definition of the board? How is it consisted of? 2 people are appointed by this board. 2 people are appointed by the Swanee board. It's really yours and Swanee's decision on who those 2 people are, whether they're commissioners, whether they're not commissioners. Now, long term, I think we've been told that our desire is to get to a point where there are no commissioners on that utility authority board. But that really is every year when you appoint to that board, your decision on who you're going to appoint to that board.
And you see my concern with that. I mean, first of all, if a commissioner is on it and they start setting rates and they start doing things such as that, that's going to be a real tough. That's tough.
That's a tough nut.
That's going to a tough situation. And I don't know that most of the people I know that are in this business or ever have, they don't want that on them. I mean, I don't know how you could put it on them, and I don't know how they could completely be, what do you call it? I just think it needs to be people that have no reason to make a decision based on if it'll make people mad or sad or what. It almost has to be that in the end. I don't know when that end time comes or whatever, but I don't know of any. I don't know. There may be a utility company or a utility authority that's in this state that has politicians on it, but or whatever, or city councilman or any, even like a county employee on it. And I just don't see that. I don't know of any that do. I've looked around and I can't find any that have that. So I just want to make sure that at some point that would be my wishes, where it's a utility authority made up of people that have no allegiance to any county or any, just good people that'll make the right decisions.
And the hardest part is finding qualified people.
Oh, I'm sure.
But again, who you nominate to that board is this board's decision.
Commissioner, I agree with you 100%. So I can tell you've talked to Kevin Kirby because I've had that same conversation with him about 9 times already. You almost got it down verbatim. So, So I don't think anybody yet has denied that. I think we've talked about this publicly several times, that our ultimate goal is to get an independent board, not a political board. I know I've said that a number of times in public meetings, and I still agree with that, what you're saying wholeheartedly. At some point, that's got to be an independent board, completely separate from the Board of County Commissioners. But like David said a while ago, and we said in the past, you got to get to that point first. You got to get assets, you got to get the utility operating, and then you can find qualified people. And it might be people that don't even live in Columbia County. It might be
Probably needs
boards of people that,
that have been on board somewhere
Exactly.
else and have performed well. And
Yeah.
and I'm gonna tell you, when that happens, I've talked to some commissioners that have utility. You're gonna get mad at them every now and then because they're gonna do something you're not gonna like, but it's gonna be the right thing
Yes.
to do. You know.
Well, you can't hardly bring somebody in like that right now because they surely don't know what they're getting into.
Yeah.
We're in the middle of it. We don't know what we're getting into to the point. So, at this point, as it was discussed early on, one of the most reasonable goals, we talked about goals, what was it, Rocky, two meetings ago? Is the maintenance sharing philosophy, if you want to say. I've learned a couple of things since then. I went and visited a couple of sewage plants, that's in our local area. And, there's, right out the gate, I said, hey, you only gonna need one operator, whatever that classification is. That's not true. He can go up there to Hamilton County, if they were in it and have an issue, he'd be there all day long. But we need services in Ellisville or their industrial yard over there. So there's a lot of, Robbie's exactly right. And I think everybody on the board, I'm not speaking for you, but the consensus is simply this. We got to get this thing developed, put together. The only monies we committed so far is trying to put a team together to tell us what we are really doing here. And it seems as though that, it's money thrown away. And right now we're spending money, but it's a commitment. It's an investment for the future and we may go 3 years from now and say, hey, it just ain't worth this. And, cut the checks off. I'm not going to do that unless something really got bad. But my point is simply this. It's, we interviewed some people for possible directors yesterday. And you need that person in place because, as you said, and Suwannee County said, it's quite overwhelming to put up with all these other arguments we got here locally and have to deal with that. So I think we're headed down the right way. That's just my piece.
And Tim, I'll add to that, might not many of us be here in 3 or 4 years. You ain't no telling.
But you're right, until you have somebody whose job it is to do this, you can't do this as a part-time. You just can't.
hopefully we'll have somebody hired and we'll have somebody that's working full-time on the utility in 2 weeks. And I think that's the missing, really the biggest missing part we have right now. The reason, I mean, let's face it, Greg Scott's having heart surgery. He just had, he's been under the weather. He don't have anybody in Suwannee County that can really work on it full-time. We don't have anybody in Columbia County that can work on it full-time. We've had issues getting information to the people we have working on it because of time constraints. And I think we're fixing to bridge that gap so we can move forward.
Yes.
So that kind of is number two on the thing, the utility director.
Mr. Kevin, you got anything to add to it? I mean,
No.
your consensus is good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Don't want to leave the redheaded stepchild over there.
No, I'm gonna be out of it. I'm ready to go.
All right, okay, you got
So
your
that's-
consensus.
So that's number two, the utility director that they want to hire. The first thing was on the meeting they had yesterday. I always update you on the meeting the day before. Their meetings are always the day before our meetings. So they did interview two people for the utility director. They're going to make a decision on the 17th. We talked about this as the completion of their first year in June. So their appointments were for a period of 1 year or until they're replaced. So again, that'll be this board's decision on our two positions. So another thing that Commissioner Murphy talked about, the water recharge presentation by the Suwannee River Water Management District. They talked about they really want to focus on drainage wells, sinkholes, and ribs, or rapid infiltration basins, because they think in Columbia County, based on the hydrology, that's the best way to do water recharge. They have requested from economic development, and we've mentioned it to Clint, and I think I mentioned it to Kevin. They would like to do another recharge well in Alligator Lake. Details are not worked out yet, but Leroy Marshall did approach the county wanting to do another recharge well in Alligator Lake based on the recharge wells that used to be there and were closed down. So that'll help us a little bit with recharge. And then the 900-pound gorilla in the room is GRU came and Clay Utilities came, and they talked about what they're doing in St. Johns County, and Suwannee River Water Management District is putting together this wonderful North Florida Regional Water Supply Plan. And if you look at it, you will notice several of the items are they want to pump from St. John's Water Management District to Columbia County for recharge. Columbia County is one of the main focus areas where they want to put their water. And my only concern I wanted to express to you is we want to make sure if we're recharging for St. John's that we get credit for it too. Because it is Columbia County that they want to pump it to.
David, that's a good point you brought up. Another question I thought of after the meeting yesterday. The Suwannee River Water Management District is funded by the constituents inside their service area through taxes. I don't know if they're spending that money in St. John's or if they're helping financially support that project or not. But if they are, I don't know that that's right.
We need a dog in that fight.
That needs to be
Exactly.
brought up to a
Yes.
senator or representative somewhere.
And I will get copies of this for all of you, but if you do look at it, almost all of them, including the JEA Buckman in Southeast, are pumping literally sewer effluent to the center of Columbia County for recharge.
Mhm.
So they can get,
Do they get credit
Credits.
for it, though?
well, that's the whole point, so they can get credit.
Yes,
And I'm saying my only concern as your manager is if they're gonna do that to us, we need to get credits
There
too.
should be some credit. Yeah, it shouldn't be just all, it shouldn't be like they're pumping in their own ponds.
So right now, they got a big plan where they pump from JEA to Keystone Heights. So they've got the money that they can build a pipe and pump it here.
So, Mr. Chair, to remind the members of the board that have been here for a long time, and y'all all remember this, St. John's got in trouble because their drawdowns were actually reducing the water table in our district. Because while we have boundary lines, the aquifer does not. And so I think when we've got the recharge coming in from St. John's, and as they did Keystone, if y'all remember a few years ago, all the lakes in Keystone were dry. They're not anymore because the water management districts are working together to force the water to be pumped back to where it came from. What the nature of this recharge project might or might not look like, I just want to remind everybody that that was an issue a few years ago where the districts were basically forced to work together to figure out so that St. John's predatory practices where they were pumping our water out from underneath us got put to an end. So this, I think what we're actually seeing is the fruits of that.
Yeah.
Where you're actually getting some water pumped back to where it came from.
And they admitted at the meeting, I think you guys both heard it, they can't do recharge where they're at. It doesn't work.
Don't work.
So like Joel said, they pump it up here. It helps solve our minimum flow levels. It helps address our BMPs. I'm just saying we need to figure out a way that we can get cup credits.
Yeah, recharge credit.
Yeah, because we lost our water to start with to
Because
them.
of that.
Because
That's right.
They're just giving back what they stole from us.
Like Rocky said,
It's our
it's a
water.
twofold situation. Are they spending our local tax dollars to do this? And if they are, what's the benefit to us? You know, because, there was a lot of information there yesterday, but I got a call last night at 8:30 from a good friend of mine. He said, hey, I listened to my cousin was at the meeting. He come up, they're going to clean out all the sinkholes in North Florida. That's not true. Because as Warren Sawanka said, you can clean out any sinkhole, but if you can't get water to the sinkhole, you ain't done nothing. And so I said, no. Every sinkhole just because it's clogged is not gonna get cleaned up. If it ever even gets to that point, you gotta find a funding source to do this. So, that's what's wrong with the way the rules, I guess it is, because people just pick up little pieces of it, and then next thing you know, we'll clean every sinkhole in Columbia County. So it's not but my cousin lives in Swanee County, and I said, no, you ain't getting your sinkholes cleaned up on your property there, okay?
They talked about a couple of lakes in Swanee County that could possibly use, like Peacock Lake.
Well, then, if y'all are familiar with the Black Creek project, that was pretty neat, how it's revitalized over there at Keystone. That's pretty neat. And then Peacock could be a very, it's, I was they almost act like they didn't even know where Peacock was.
Keystone need to get that lakefront property to be able
There
to
you go.
tax it again.
So that's an important issue. It's a complicated issue, and I really just want to make sure you were aware of it. Do either of the commissioners have anything you want to update the board on what happened at the meeting yesterday?
Rocky said he wanted to eat at 1.
I think we already talked about it.
All right. We'll go on to the rest of it.
We learned a lot, and we interviewed 2 potential employees, Shannon Roberts and Joe Helfenberger, for the position of utility director. And like I think if anybody read the paper today, I said it and I say it again. I think we have 2 very good qualified people, and it's going to be a tough decision, but we're going to pick one on the 17th. So.
Go ahead, Dave.
So we've already done the understanding of the direction of the board. That was, I wanted to make sure we all knew our ultimate goal is to not be in the utility business as a county, but to let the authority be in the utility business. Ellisville and Fort White, that's probably the biggest area of activity we have going on right now. I know it doesn't seem like it, but it really is. And you'll see the number of projects. Kevin mentions them every time he does the reports on the capital projects, but you'll see them again because, again, we want to make sure you know exactly what's going on. The Ellisville to Fort White water main. We had a problem over the weekend where we had a water leak from a fire hydrant. And when we went to repair it, we found out the fire hydrant was not installed correctly. So now we're going back and looking at all the fire hydrants to see that they are built to the standards they're supposed to be at. But this now requires us to redo the pressure testing, redo the BACT testing. So it's going to take us a little bit longer to get it fully cleared and back online. So it won't be done yesterday. We are hoping to get it done by May 1st. But again, it just depends on how long it takes us to do that. Consent order in Fort White. We were given a consent order in Fort White on the operation of their water plant because of the way they were doing it previously and it not meeting standards. We went to the chloramine system with the ammonia feeds, changed how they treat, changed the injection points. We have been in compliance ever since we made those modifications. However, you have to be in compliance for over a year before they'll adjust the consent order. We believe we're going to end up going from quarterly reporting to annual reporting in June. Because we are in compliance now. Their water is in compliance and has been since last year. So that's good news. And the good news is we're running the plant the way it should be run. Repair of electrical panels on the lift stations. That's one of the projects we're doing. Kevin has a bunch of maintenance projects going on. That's one of them. One of them is repairs to train 1. Those are almost complete. They still got to put up some railing and some other things, but that's going on. And also a lift station bypass piping. If you're curious, that's if the lift station stops working, we have piping so we don't just overflow the lift station. Ellisville 3 well redundancy. That was the one where we want to add a 3rd well in Ellisville in case one goes bad. The design was done by Florida Rural Water because it was free. We were looking at it, and quite frankly, it was not complete. It included the site work, but it did not include the electrical work. So we're going back and trying to get the electrical panels designed and all that stuff. I think that project's going to run short. I don't think you're going to be able to do it for the dollar amount that's in there, but until we get back the stuff on the electrical and how that's going to work, I can't give you an exact dollar amount.
What is the dollar amount in there now?
325, 330? Yeah. So that actually places the 3rd well significantly further north than the existing 2 wells. So it would not be drawing from the same area that the 2 wells are drawing from. again, as an effort to try and improve the water quality. But because it is a redundancy project, it doesn't provide you more capacity. So some people had misunderstanding that we had a third well, that's more water we can pump. It's a redundant well. So you're still only going to be able to pump a certain amount. Now, in the future, you might be able to expand it and pump more water out. But it will be designed and sized just to be a redundant water source. The next one, the interchange and the access road. Obviously, we're hoping to fund putting utilities along that interchange access road. Do you have anything you want to add to that? You know, these are all the projects that Kevin's been working on and been doing a great job on it. The 500,000 plant in Ellisville. So right now we are in the engineering phase, which has to be done for us to apply for several grants, including USDA. This is part of the reason we talked about borrowing money, because if we go the route of USDA, it is some amount of grants, but also a large part of it is going to be low interest loans from the federal government at a lower rate. We have to make sure if the board chooses to go that route, that debt goes with it when we transfer to the authority or whoever. So we should be hopefully getting the engineering back to allow us to apply for grants and for the USDA funding fairly soon, but that is a caveat is USDA funding is a low interest long-term loan. I think it's 40 years.
Chairman. Yes, sir. Kevin?
David, if I may, Mr. Chair, we also do not need to forget about the option to hold us over in between if we're going to wait on grants and things of
That's
that
the
nature.
next one, yeah.
Have you got that on there?
Mhm.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I apologize.
No, he's right. Ellisville Train number 3, which is a $2 million project. Exactly what Kevin's talking about. They came up with this option of, we're in a consent order in Ellisville because we don't meet nitrogen reductions, because the plan to meet nitrogen reduction was always attached to train number 3 because we were going to build train number 3. When we decided not to build train number 3, we basically said, we're not in compliance and not going to be in compliance. So building train number 3 brings you into compliance. It gets you out of the consent order. It removes the nitrogen to the level the state requires. And it also buys you time if you decide you want to not borrow money for the 500 grand or 500,000 gallon plant.
That is designed and permitted on the shelf, if that's, because that is an option.
It's done.
Yep.
And we will immediately proceed with trying to find grant funding for that. I was asked by a commissioner, are we just wasting money because we're going to build this and then build a new plant and 3 to 5 years from now it won't be used anymore? The plants we have are concrete tanks. We can always use tankage for something, whether it's overflow, whether it's the effluent, you know, depending on how we feed it into the ribs.
Septage.
So we can septage. So the tanks can always be used. The equipment might have to be removed or modified, but you're not really just throwing away the $2 million if that's the direction the board wishes to go.
How much time did you say that would buy?
Well, that should buy, go ahead.
So we took a close look at it. Your Busy Bee's coming on board in the end of 26. And of course, you're using the DOT plant for that. And everything keeps moving like it is currently 3 to 5 years that will buy you.
So how many trains can you put in on this? Could you do another train after this train if you wanted to?
So at some point, you can, but at some point you have to get away from the packaged treatment plants and go to a real treatment facility. DEP will just require it for the removal of nitrogens and phosphorus and those things. So you can go to a point.
But I guess the only thing I would say is, should we look at a different, should we look at the opportunity of maybe placing a new plant somewhere, keep this plant operating and put a new one at a different location?
Oh, at a second plant?
Yeah, a second plant. Because, I mean, we're going to have to pump the sewer to this plant wherever it's at. I don't know if you look at down at the villages and all, they just keep moving down and building new plants. So you don't have all that money pumping. Good. So, I mean, I think we need to do a study to look at where we're going in the future and look at the option of whether we should just do away with this plan. I'm okay with doing the train 3 is what I'm saying. But I think after we do the train 3, we might ought to look at the option of putting this plant at a new plant at a different location that better suits the area where we're trying to. I mean, I don't know. That's just an option I think we should look at.
We just always assumed we'd build it on the property we already own,
But if
we could build it at a different
you know,
location.
But Mr. Ford got a very valid point because we'll just call it quadrant, the north quadrant where the B&B is going to go. It seems to be reasonable to think.
I mean, I would think you wanted to build a new plant closer to Lake City.
Correct. And, I'm just saying, one side, but you're exactly right because the growth is definitely going to run north.
Right.
And, to do the way it's set up down there, and that incorporated area we'd established, 6 years ago, it runs only so far south.
So I guess
one of the main things we talked about is planning for the future.
That's right.
So what we can
Start
do,
doing a better job at planning for the future.
what we can do is we can bring in one of our engineers and have that discussion with them, and you can have that discussion with them at a workshop.
Well,
Because I can't give you the answer. I'm not an engineer.
what's the capacity today again? Refresh my memory.
We have two 25,000 gallon trains. So we have 50,000 gallons today.
Okay.
We'll add another 50,000 gallons with the addition of the FDOT plant, which I had it on here somewhere. I'm not seeing it. What's going on with the FDOT plant is primarily they're finishing the design.
So what will we have all total when the FDOT plant's done?
100,000 gallons.
And if we do this train?
125.
125 if you add the train.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be adding a third 25,000 gallon train.
But-
So we knew 100,000 gallons would handle the Busy Bee.
Right.
What you get by adding this additional 25,000 gallons is if Busy Bee has more flow than they expected, or if there's growth in Ellisville. I mean, Kevin wants to make sure we plan for that type of future expansion.
Mr. Chair, David, what David's saying in a nutshell, the DOT is going to accommodate the current needs inclusive of Busy Bee. You're kind of maxed out. So you have a real short-term option if you choose, and you have it designed and permitted today.
And there's nothing wrong with going forth and trying to do the planning for this huge, if you want to say, sewage plan in the future. That's just good planning. But as well, the consensus just a few minutes ago was, that could be a responsibility or need of the utility.
Absolutely.
Right around the corner. So I think my feeling is we'd be very diligent with the taxpayers' dollars to let's go ahead and seek out this $2 million. We all realize there's going to be water quality monies available and keep going that because when the number was always sold that you could go up to 150,000 gallons with that project. I'm not saying we're going there, but it gets to a point where you got to go into design, correct?
Absolutely.
And I would say, let's talk to an engineer. If we could add 2 trains to this plant, it might be the right time right now to try to seek the money to add 2 more trains and then look at building a new plant in the future somewhere else at a different location.
So I guess
how many gallons did you say we could go up with this plant? We're adding trains to it?
Am I correct? The 150 was the number when we first did this?
I believe so. Kevin shaking his head, yes.
Is that right, Kevin? But, let's say.
So that would accommodate 2 more trains,
That's correct.
2 more 25,000 gallon trains.
Can we get a motion and a vote on that?
Sorry.
Can I get a motion and a vote on that?
I'll make a motion, we vote on that. I'll make a motion.
Whoa, okay, whoa. Okay. So
I guess I'd be asking for a motion to give us authority to move forward with looking for grant funding to add train 3, and then we can investigate while we're looking for the grant funding if it's possible to add a 4th train. That sound reasonable, Kevin?
possible to do what? You lost me on the last part. I couldn't hear you.
So if you're going to authorize us to go ahead and look for grant funding for train 3, while we're looking for the grant funding and applying for it, that then gives you time to look for if we can do a train 4.
Oh, okay. Okay. We're just talking about the trains right now.
Right, that's all we're talking about is trains, yeah. I mean, we've got to do one or the other.
We can't do the grant funding for the big plant until the engineering's done because
Right.
everybody wants something that's shovel ready.
I understand.
So if you don't do the engineering, they're not going to give you the money.
So my motion would be, Tim, to go ahead and seek funding for train 3. And while we're seeking funding for train 3, if we can get enough funding for train 3 and 4, just do them both at one time.
I support that 100%. I'll second. We got a motion and a second. Everybody understand it?
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed.
So then still in Fort White, because we're still in Fort White, we have that legislative appropriation that we're hoping that the governor will sign and that the legislature will approve to allow us to put in or upgrade the pump station that we currently have and add a brand new force main to connect the pump station to the sewer plant. Because what we have right now is we have one force main. with a manifold.
You said Fort White, but you're talking about Ellisville.
Well, Fort White, Ellisville, I
Yeah.
look at them all as one utility.
Boy, you just come up with a surprise.
No, this is in Ellisville.
gonna do it.
This is related to So what we have right now is we have two pump stations, one over by the north side of the interstate, one on the south side. We have one force main. There's a manifold that says, okay, if the north side's pumping, south side doesn't pump, it's south side pumping, north side doesn't pump. To accommodate the busy bee and its capacity, we want to expand that pump station on the south side so that it's bigger, so it can handle the flow, and then put in a dedicated force main just for the south side of the interstate. So at the end of the day, you would have a force main for the north side and a force main for the south side. That's what we requested from the legislature. It includes some additional money if they approve it for some work on the Quadrant Road. But right now, it is in the bill. It's not funded fully, but we'll see where it ends up because it's.
The ask was how much?
We asked for 1.9 million, and I think the House said 980, and the Senate hasn't given a dollar amount on it, so there's still some negotiating going on behind the scenes.
Doesn't happen, we're blaming our two lobbyists.
So we're assuming if it gets approved and the governor does not veto it, we'll move forward on that project as soon as funds become available in July.
Mr. Parnell was in on that too. Now you got to clear.
He's new though. Y'all just leading him down the path. He's innocent.
So the other issue I wanted to talk about is water in Ellisville. You have an Ellisville cup of approximately 222,500 gallons. You have a Fort White cup of approximately 92,000 gallons. You have a physical ability at the current plant to produce up to 360,000 gallons per day. Now that's on average, you have high days and low days, but as you can see between 222 and 92, you're going to be maxing out that poor little plant in Ellisville. It was never designed for that kind of volume. It can handle it, but we're going to have to start looking at what are we going to do in Ellisville to increase our ability. Some solutions suggested by our county engineer and our utility director was additional ground storage tanks. Right now we have a 300,000 gallon tank that we can use most of it, but can't use all of it. If you add more storage, then you can treat more water because you've got storage for it. Improving, replacing, making bigger the pressure tanks so that you can pressurize the system. At some point, you may want to look at an elevated tank to pressurize the system.
Why don't we
Pressure's going to be an issue.
What happened to the old water tank?
That's where we need. That's what we need to pursue, an elevated tank.
So again, is that something you want to push to the authority, or is that something you want to look at yourself?
And I really want to ride down the interstate and see a big old water tower with Ellisville right across it.
In John Deere Green.
In John Deere Green.
What is it that Kevin always says? It's always about money, materials, and manpower. As long as you got money, the rest of it's easy.
Yeah, but if you put the tank elevated high enough on a high enough surface, and we put Welcome Lake City, the TDC can pay for at least half of that.
There you go.
And we'll do economic development, pay for the other 25. So you got to think to the future.
So,
Put a big area with a mega park up there.
Big tanks pays for the water.
Talked about sewer a lot in Ellisville. We have not talked about water, but I'm just letting you know water will be an issue at some point. And the beauty of an elevated tank is you don't constantly pump. It doesn't require utilities. You pump it up there, and the pressure from it being up there is what pressurizes your system.
Correct.
Chad has always talked about you need to loop lines. So we need to at some point look at looping lines so that the water on the south side connects to the water on the north side, so that you always have water coming from one direction or the other and you don't run into outages. Right now, if you have a major problem on a water line on the north side, Lowe's goes without water. If you loop it, it just makes the system more efficient.
You quit having to dump so much water.
Mm-hmm. We think when Love's comes in, or not Love's, when the B&B comes in, your need to dump water is drastically reduced. Drastically reduced.
But let me ask you a question, David, real quick. The water we dump, we still get charged on our cup for that water we're dumping, right?
Yes.
So if we're dumping 60,000 gallons a day, I've heard that. I've heard up to 360.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't really know. I don't see I just tell you numbers I've heard. That's going to drastically reduce. I mean, if that water is being used at businesses, we're going to get some relief on that cup also by not having to dump all that water.
And for those that don't know why we dump water, you have to remain a certain amount of chlorine in the pipe at all times. They call it a chlorine residual. If you don't flush the water becomes stagnant and stale, and you don't maintain your chlorine residuals, and it's not safe to drink. So you have to keep that water fresh. So looping the line keeps that water fresh. Using the water keeps that water fresh. So we're hoping, like you said, the Busy Bee will use enough water that it can at least eliminate the dumping up on Howell Road. But we do dump. We actually at one point adopted a rate to give it almost free to the farmers that wanted it. Nobody ever took us up on it. But we still have that rate on the books. So like we have a dumping point that is near the cow lots. We always thought the guy that owned the cow lots might want water for free, or at least for a minimal charge. That just never happened. But we have the rate on the books still. And then finally, we talked about it before, water recharge. Other projects. The grant that the city received for I-75 and 47 was to septic sewer for the RV park. So that is not part of the money that we committed to the economic development side of it. It is literally to hook up the RV park. So we're still on the hook so far. Now, economic development has applied for RIF and Florida Jobs Growth grants, but they have not given us a response yet. So, Bell Road expansion, that's in the planning stage. That's the one where we wanted to extend Bell Road and part of that extend the utilities. That's in the planning stages. And then at some point, we talked about expanding the pump station and running a force main down 100 to connect to Bell Road so there's additional capacity. We've never done that because the city has not had a chance to complete their portion of the project, which is downstream. So we've always been hesitant to increase the capacity upstream if there's nowhere for it to go downstream. But that is another project that at some point we're going to need to fund or have our partners fund. And then finally, the elephant in the room, the North Florida Mega Industrial Park. So we have the wastewater treatment plant is near substantial completion. It is working, it is operating, it is doing a very good job. Our relationship with the city at the sewer plant is working out very positively for us. And we're going to have a ribbon cutting on that during Economic Development, Tourist Development Week. So you all have a chance to go out there and see it for yourselves. In terms of the water, you just approved the master metering interlocal agreement. We talked about the water line that the city wants to build, which is a $3.46 million project. Of course, pending funding. Everything's always pending funding. We got the legislative appropriation for $5.716 million for the water system. We've always said this will not build the water system. This will, according to our engineers, it will pay for drilling wells and running a transmission line to where a water plant some point in the future would be built and funded. But there is no money right now to fund the construction of the water plant or the distribution system connected to it. We should have the bid documents very soon for the wells and the transmission line. And then we talked about the water agreement. Anybody have any questions?
And on that one, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say 3.46 million. Now that's a grant that the city has applied for.
It's not been applied for yet. That is the price of building the line as estimated by Jones Edmonds.
Okay. So we don't know where that funding is coming from yet.
It hasn't been applied for yet.
Okay.
David, on the legislative appropriation, we've had discussion about that this week. With that, when are we gonna get full clarification as of the discussion? You know, you bring it to it, can you use it otherwise? I think Kevin and yourself had some discussion about this. You know, the other day when I sat in on the meeting with yourself, Chad, and Robert, you know, that was a major discussion. So bring the board up 100% transparent as to what the discussions on the tables are, what are our projections of information fed back to us accurately.
So the concern that was raised was we won't get reimbursed for this grant if we spend the money because we're not going to have enough money to complete the project. There was some talk about, can we use the money differently? What I can tell you is, in reaching out to DEP and having them send me things in writing, if you don't use the money for the intended purpose, what's in the grant, what the legislature said we want you to spend the money on, it won't be refunded. So you have to spend the money the way the legislature told you to spend it, or go back to the legislature, and the option there is either turn the money back in or have the legislature tell DEP, no, it's okay, they're meeting the intent of the project. But you have to go back to the legislature if you're going to use that money differently than was in the enabling legislation that the legislature adopted. It's different than a grant because the legislature passed a law that said this is what you're spending the money on. And that's why it has to go back to the legislature.
But
Now,
they are okay with us using the money to do the wells and run the line and finish it up later with future grants or whatever.
So what they said to that was, as long as what we're building is what the legislature intended and in the grant, they will reimburse us, even if we run out of money. And then if we run out of money, they understand we have to get more money.
But what's the time frame? Did they give us a time frame?
They did not.
Okay.
Now, we can go to,
But before we
if
go
this
down
is
that
what the
road-
board wants us to do, we'll drive to Tallahassee and meet with them face to face
Yeah,
and get clarification.
Because my understanding of what I found out, it's got to go before Senator Bradley because she was a sponsoring person on this bill.
If you want to change how the money is being used, you have to go to Senator Bradley.
Correct.
So-
But also clarification to the fact that if you drill them, you run the pipe, put a cap on them, my hang up is what's the time frame? Are they putting mandates on it? Okay, immediately you got to seek grant funding. I get that. Because see, what I'm kind of hanging my hat on is we're in a crucial, we just talked about it. You know, we may not even be in this thing in 2 years' time. And we all know what appropriation time, money, you know, so we could be spending monies for, or we've been talking about it for years. You know, you can't put the burden on a future board.
Mhm.
And, you know, and I look at it as this way, if we went down this road and committed, would to say, 8 months from now, I think it's unfair to put that burden on the North Florida Water Utility Board because that the crew that me and Rocky and Robbie was talking about earlier, you know, that may be a whole new face and they may not look at it that way. You know, so we got to be, it's a real delicate time. I get that. So if we do end up as a board going down that road and we make that commitment, we're going to have to eat that commitment. And then, you know, because as a utility board in the future, I mean, you're banking up a lot of because one thing we all need to keep in mind, like I said before, there ain't nobody in this room going to be living the day that the utility makes $1. That's a fact. So my point is simply this, that when that comes about, we got to be in a situation to where so that there's a lot of moving parts here, and the complexity of it is that nobody knows nothing right now, you know, and you know, and I got to hit on this again, you know, we don't even know Stiles is. He informs me every single day, and I'm like the other commissioners, I'm sure, but we don't know what Tallahassee's fixing to do. I mean, there's a lot of crazy stuff on the table over there today.
And they're going to do something. We just don't know which one.
And next Tuesday could be even crazier. You know, so my point is that I'm open-minded, but we got to stay real stringent. But from here on out, the transparency I talked about before, I ain't voting on no grants, no nothing, no extension, nothing unless it's in black and white before I say yay. to go for.
So what I can do is go to Tallahassee and get clarification from DEP. If the board wants me to
Come
go,
back, bring a paper. Don't.
no, it's gotta be in writing, I
I'm
understand.
dealing with something else already right now.
So
Yeah, it's assumption.
if the board wants us to go back to the legislature, I need you to tell me that. I don't feel I can go to the legislature if I'm going to the legislature promoting something that the board didn't approve. Does that make sense? You gave us a direction. You said, do this. You voted 5-0 to go this direction. If you want to go a different direction, I just need,
So,
Go ahead, Kevin. Sorry, Rocky.
go ahead, Kevin. I'm
Who's going? Go ahead.
Okay. David, if I may, can I break it down a little clearer? Good with that? All right, so you had the $5.7 million. You spent roughly $1 million to get that next item he's got on there, a set of bid docs for the wells. Okay? So rough numbers, you got about $4.5 million left over. You agree with that?
Yep.
Okay. So what David's trying to ask politely, that we all know there's been discussion that there might be a different option because now you do have the authority and you have pending future boards and all that discussion that we all know we've had. I think what David's asking is if the desire is to go back to Tallahassee and say, okay, we got our set of plans, we got everything ready to go to drill the wells. Is there a way we can utilize the additional funding that's left over, Ms. Bradley, to run water lines and use the city's well? That's what you're saying, essentially?
yeah.
That's the question you're asking.
So from my perspective, you voted 5-0 to build a water plant and connect, knowing that we weren't going to have enough money to do. That was because we did not have an option. That was the only way we could get water at the time. Nobody made any mistakes. There were no errors. The world changes. So
That's right.
I have to go with what the board votes because that's the direction you legally gave me. If you wish me to do something different, you got to tell me.
And I could agree, David. You're exactly right. That's exactly what we did, and but I, for one, would say we need to explore all of our options because just like you just hit the nail on the head, things have changed since that 5-0 vote. I definitely voted on it, supported 100%, and things are changing today. So we got to keep this is a moving target. We got to keep our options open, and I think we would be stupid not to do so. Because anything can change.
So, Commissioner Murphy, I recall at the last meeting, I believe, Kevin was doing an update, projects update. You are actually one brought it up that we need to go ahead and drill these wells and run that line.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I agree with that then. I agree with it now.
100%. But until it was fed back, correct? It's a perfect example, Rocky. Things changed since that meeting, correct?
What has changed?
What's changed is that we don't have clarification whether or not we're going to get refunded from it.
I think we do.
He'd like additional clarification. Let me put it this way. Commissioner Murphy's asking for additional clarification.
I mean, I've seen the email, you've seen the email that basically says, as long as you're spending that money to achieve that goal, the original goal, you're fine. You can apply for more funding later to finish it. But they understand if that money runs out, you can't finish that project. I mean, that's what it plainly states. If I'm reading it the way I'm reading it.
So what I'm thinking, if the board wants us to go to Tallahassee and get further clarification, I'm more than happy to do that. I don't need direction to do that if that's what the board wants. If you want additional clarification, I'm happy to go to Tallahassee to DEP and say, I want clarification. We got this grant. How can we spend the money? How can we guarantee you're going to reimburse us?
It's not going to cost any money for you to do that.
That's exactly the only
But
thing.
if you want staff to do something different than what you voted, you have to tell us.
Oh, yeah.
That's don't make them mad.
And that's my whole thing. All I'm looking for is clarification because as we all know, we got $1 million worth of reserves tied up in this thing today. That's fact. Yeah. And so my point is that here we are coming up on May, June, July. It's all fixing to start rolling. Well, if we see that, okay, well, no, you're not going to get refunded this because of this. We all know you get over there in Tallahassee, you go up to them tall buildings, a lot of opinions change real quick. We all went over there thinking Kirby Pit, man, that's a great thing. We got shot down. They sent us down the stairs. We didn't go down the elevator. So my point is that $1 million right there is going to have to be taken into equation on the upcoming 25-26 budget.
It was going to come before you anyway when the bid specs came in.
See,
Because we can't award the bid until you approve it. So I mean,
so
this
we've
is
spent
gonna
$1
come down to three
million.
either way.
So we spent $1 million out there to drill wells and run pipe. And now we're gonna say,
Do planning specifications,
maybe, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
bid document.
Well, we drilled test wells, several.
We did drill test wells.
One or two.
Three locations.
To find the location. And now we're gonna go to Tallahassee and say, oh, scrap all that. We're gonna do this, we're gonna go this route.
No, I think what Commissioner Murphy was asking is to go to Tallahassee and get definitive, we will reimburse you for what you expend.
I think the email that we got covers that, but I mean, if they want some more, if they want more verification, I don't know what else they can say. Really.
And,
It's only a trip to Tallahassee.
Mr.
I
Chairman,
haven't seen the email, but go ahead, Kevin.
I've seen the email.
Okay.
A person pointed out you could spin it away. Right now, we know we do not have the funding to do anything other than drill a well. We agree with that?
Go on and run the transmission.
And run line. We know there's not a dollar of funding today to build a water plant. I've heard any number from $10 to $12 million to do that. Am I correct by that?
Yep.
So a person pointed out, is your true intentions of building a water plant out there? Because that's what David is saying. The email says if your true intentions is to go build a potable water plant, then you're good to go. So then the elephant in the room is, at the time, what David just said was at the time all this started, we had no option but to build a water plant.
Right.
The city is now saying you do have an option.
We even have the land to put the water plant on.
It's a different thing.
It's a different thing. The city's now saying you do have an option. Part of us, just like you did the sewer side of things. So it's what I'm saying, the option should be asked for, this is my recommendation, is the money left over from their legislation. We now have an option that we did not have before. And you do have a set of plans to drill a well. That's not going anywhere. That's the question that I would like to ask the board to consider.
So why did we not have an option before?
You were not.
It couldn't work because we were only doing the water plant.
It's kind of like the Fort White scenario. At the time, the city says, we're not dealing with you. That's changed.
I will say this, a lot of it's in how you ask the
I don't buy
question.
that. I just don't buy that.
Well,
But I can go up on Monday, drive to Tallahassee, and meet with DEP.
I mean, I think, yeah, I mean, all I'm looking for is clarity. I'm not blocking out no options, period. I'm not vying for, the city or nothing like that. I'm just saying from this point forward, we need to have clear. And I understand the emails and what have you. And, because one of the discussions I had with Kevin this week, he just probably forgot to send me that email, but I never got the email. But and that's good. But and I trust all y'all as what it says. But at the point that I'm trying to make is that, I just don't want to be backed into a corner. And we get these grants, and but it's easy to get the grant. But at the end of the day, you got operation on a radio tower. You got this, you got that. Just because you get a grant, don't mean it's a good deal. That's proven fact already. And as we well see, you just mentioned a few minutes ago, David, about the grant down there in Ellisville. As for $1.7 million, we're at $9 million. Okay, so somewhere along the line, somebody got to make up that $1 million. And so we got to. I'm just saying we've got to be diligent and plan for that. I want to know what we're planning for, rather than it just all of a sudden come up, boom. We got to have we got to do this. We got to go back in the reserves again.
So there was a plan presented yesterday at the utility meeting that plainly stated there's $1 billion available, and that money can be used to shore up grants.
That's right.
That you can apply for.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm listening to what you're saying, Commissioner Murphy, it almost sounds like you're saying we don't want to apply for any more grants because grants don't cost us money.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But they also said, and David was one of the ones that said it, Shannon, right?
Shannon Roberts.
Shannon said, well, you can apply for this grant, but also, you can use this grant application to pay for your shore up.
So the way that works.
Okay, but let me finish.
Okay.
But so that's it. But that's not in black and white. That's how all the verbiage coming out of. Yeah, that's what I told you a minute ago. When you come back Tuesday, Wednesday, whenever, you bring a piece of paper, because all that ain't gonna work for me no more.
So when
because you know as well as I do, what's going on in Washington today may not be that way next Friday.
Yep.
So you can't plan on assumptions. what I'm saying.
So
That's why we're getting where we're going.
So when we went to Tallahassee during rural counties days, if you remember, I skipped out and went over to the Department of Commerce to have a long conversation with them. The money Shannon's talking about that we could use as a match to the HMGP hasn't even opened applications yet. The state is putting together its action plan. Sometime towards October, they'll actually publish their action plan and ask for applications, and then you have to apply for it.
But
Until they put out that action plan, it's what they intend to do.
But the money has been approved.
The money's out there.
The money's approved.
Will they
They just haven't
approve it in
updated
such a
it.
way that we can access it?
Right.
So, I mean, I don't want to sound like, and I'm not criticizing Shannon, but I don't want to sound like this is a done deal, we can use this for match.
No, that's what.
Their intent is that we can use this to match the HMGP money, which is about $5 million.
And I think their intention was right, don't you, Commissioner Ford, to the fact that, because it's gonna help us stabilize growth. Because they know little rural counties like this cannot continue to shore up without the assistance of federal monies. And I get that 100%, but we've got to be to the point to where we pay attention. And it's a black and white, you say you do ABC, 100%, I'm with it, I'll go for it every day, but I just need more surety.
And we're to the point, we've got to apply for the 15 million sooner rather than later. There's a deadline on applying for it. So you're applying for the 15 million, hoping that they'll approve a program that will give us the $5 million match.
Great.
That's where we're at.
Yep.
Sounds good. We need a motion.
Only if you want me to do something.
You just.
Other than go to Tallahassee.
David, you go to Tallahassee? Yeah.
To shore this up. Okay.
Fill the truck up. See
All
you.
right. I will be going probably Monday.
I move that David. It doesn't need to be a motion, does it, Joel? That's consensus.
I move that David.
He said he didn't need a motion. He was going to go find out anyway.
Oh,
I mean, to me, that's an administrative function, going to Tallahassee, talking to DEP and say, give me clarification on what we already have, the board's already approved.
sounds good.
I'm saying if you want me to do a course different than what you've approved, then I need you to tell me that.
I think they're gonna probably tell you, we just did this with this email. I don't know what clarification you can get, really. I don't care, whatever the board wants to do. I'm just saying, I don't know what else clarification they can give you, other than this email that plainly states, yeah, you can do this.
Okay, you agree with that, David? Are we gonna get reimbursed for it if we don't go enough, if we don't have the funding to go forward?
The easiest thing is to go to Tallahassee and get it straight from the horse's mouth.
We're good.
So I talked to our grant administrator. He said, let me run it up the chain. Oh, by the way, the chain set. So I'm gonna get with him and say, I want to meet with the chain and have the chain put in writing, this is the way it is.
Got it.
So it probably won't change anything. But if it gives us a sense of security, it gives us a sense of, it's one day.
Okay.
But if you want me to do something different, then I just need to know. And that's it. That's all the utility updates, unless you have any other questions.
Chairman, can we take a restroom break?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
You need a Capri Sun break.
Don't
We're going for a few minutes.
I was so titillated by that last
That was a long discussion.
about,
Sitting over here, you were speaking to, I didn't realize he's got a big day ahead of him also. So we're going to cover everything on here, but I'd like to move him up where we can not mess up the rest of his day and he can bring us the information. He's from Stantec Consulting Services. So if you would, sir, come forward, give your name, and you good with that day?
Yeah, this is item number 16.
Yeah, stay close where if there's any correspondence back and forth, you're on top of it. Yes, sir.
Yes, Jeff Rackley with Stantec Consulting Services here to just see if you have any questions, anything I can answer, any discussion about the fire assessment and solid waste assessment proposal. I think you have, and just here to lend any support if there's any questions, anything we need to discuss. We appreciate the opportunity.
So you do the consulting for our fire and solid waste assessment, is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, that's
So voting to approve his contract.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, so you have a recommendation from the review committee to move forward with RFP 2025A and award Stantec Consulting Services, Inc. So procedurally, you're just determining whether or not you want to adopt staff's recommendation.
And I believe if we have any questions leading up to it, but it's just like I said, recommendation of the board and looking forward to it. So myself, so.
I'll make a motion, we approve RFP 2025A.
Motion, got a second? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed. You sat around a long time to get that little.
it was well worth it.
Go over there and pre-order, Rocky. Go over there and pre-order down there at Fish House for us.
Yeah.
Okay, 16.
It's on the fire assessment model.
Okay.
You gonna go back up to
Thank you.
Mr. Kirby now?
I'm gonna go to Kevin. He looks forward down there.
All right,
Okay,
let me
so,
change the slide so we can go to Kevin's slides.
Kevin, I think he's gonna be able to cover his stuff pretty quick.
Whoop, wrong way. Can you start it over?
Okay, we're gonna jump back up to number 3 just for the record. Didn't give you no warning there, Kevin.
Sir,
I said didn't give you no warning there.
okay, here we go. Okay, the first item is the Farnell Road relocation. So I told you had 3 phases down at Ellisville. This is phase 1. This year we'll move the Farnell current dirt grade over east towards racetrack and pave it. This will be phase 1 of 3 down at Ellisville. We had 3 bids. Kurt was low. Requesting a motion to award bid number 2024-12 to Kurt's Construction for total bid amount of $773,488.47 and to approve the agreement.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. No further discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed.
Thank you. Down in Fort White, we received 5 bids for Dorch Street paving. HIP was low. Requesting a motion to award bid number 2025-01 to John Hip Construction for total bid amount of $552,687.35 and to approve the agreement.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Okay.
Thank you. The next item is a housekeeping issue. I told you at the capital project update, there was a shortfall on funding for Dorch Street. FDOT jumped in and solved that problem for us. Requesting a motion to approve budget amendment number 2532 reimbursement agreement for the design, construction, and CEI of the roadway construction of Dorch Street from US 27 to Stillman Avenue for a total amount $610,187.53 and adopt resolution 2025-R12.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed.
Thank you. Next item is down at River Rise Boat Ramp off US 27. We're going to redo the boat ramp. We had multiple quotes. CAB was low. I'm requesting a motion to award bid number 2020. I just say 2025. I apologize. Sherelle, should I say 2020? Okay, 2024C to CAB Contracting LLC for total bid amount of $91,300 and approve the agreement.
So moved.
Okay.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. The next item is down on County Road 240 and Murtis Road at Watermelon Park. Bottom line is, during the course of construction, there was concerns made. People reached out to me and FDOT as they wanted some more improvements at that intersection. Basically, they're encroaching upon our right of way to do those improvements, and they also requested me to take the O&M once the construction is complete. So I'm requesting motion to approve construction and maintenance agreement and resolution 2025-R11 needed to facilitate US 441 and Murtis Road intersection improvements.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you. The final item, group one of 4 different groups, and guys, for transparency purposes, we're trying to save money on maintenance, traffic, and mobilization costs and things of that nature. So even though we're crossing district lines, we're combining some paving projects out of your annual resurface account. The money will still be handled properly. First group, group one, Anders Columbia was low of 3 bids. This is for Abigail and Bond. I'm requesting a motion to award bid number 2025-02 to Anders Columbia Company. The total bid amount of $468,647.48, and to approve the agreement.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. I pulled number 9. The company did a real good job. This is your intersection study, Commissioner Phillips, that has been promised to you at your dangerous intersections and whatnot. I do have the report, but simply put, it was so complex and so big, I've reached out to the company to narrow it down for presentation purposes. Okay, so it'll come back to you next time.
Okay, one question. When would the bids be going out for resurfacing the roads in District 2 as far as Deacle and
I think they're
Foxborough and
out
stuff like that?
District, is that group 2? We've got 3 of 4 groups out to bid right now, I think.
Because I know we got mine out for bid on the 47, and
Right.
that's also ring court, I believe.
Correct.
Yeah.
To answer your question, this was group 1 of 4 groups, but we're getting them all ready. Several of them are out and we're popping right out one after another. Okay. The final item is the surplus items at landscape and parks. Obviously, some lawnmowers, an aerator, trade-in vehicles, 250s and a 150, and the Pro Gator cart to be declared surplus. This is all in Clint shop. So I'm requesting a motion to approve items be removed from inventory and declared surplus.
So moved.
Got a motion?
Second.
Got a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank y'all.
I like that when you looked over there at Sherelle. Nothing changed on her face. She just shook her head. No, boy.
It's probably your fault. You messed it up.
Hey,
Sherelle, we know he's blaming it on you.
that woman you married to may not have control of you, but that was not her bad. Okay? I like that. That did my day in good.
I'm back. All right, so we did that one. So the next one is an update on the administrative code. Basically, operationally, the board has made some changes to the organization, and the admin code no longer reflected the operation of the organization. We'd like to amend the admin code to incorporate emergency management and all those changes into the fire department or the fire and rescue department. We no longer have a Department of Recreation, so we want to eliminate the Department of Recreation from the admin code. We want to rename the Department of Administrative Services, which Joel at the time pointed out was kind of duplicative of what the state does, to the Department of Board Administration, which means all those people up in the boardroom, up in the area where I'm at, would now be part of the board staff, if you will, even though they still report to me. And then just go through and renumber all the sections. So we're asking to revise it.
I move we approve amendments to the administrative code.
I think you put in a card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was looking at something else, okay. Stu? Yeah.
It's not part of this. This is just the revision of the administrative code.
They're
That was
doing
the
the
next
administrative code right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I move we approve amendments to the administrative code.
I'll second that.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed.
All right, so the next item is revised position descriptions based on not only the administrative code, but other organizational changes we made. We did attach the organizational chart to this item that Mr. Loker wants to talk about. One thing that's changed from your packet that we want to go back to is we have to keep the title director with emergency management. It's a legal thing. State law requires us to have an emergency management director. The Board of County Commissioners appointed him as emergency management director, so we don't feel comfortable changing his title.
So if I understand, the emergency county director is still going to be under the umbrella.
Of the fire
He'll
department.
still have that title,
Yes.
okay? On a payroll, whatever situation, because there was something else I heard, I remember this week. Is that an exempt position?
That doesn't change. It'll still say the same.
Oh, that stays, okay, good, okay. All right, Mr. Looker.
Or the admin code, it's in the,
Is it up?
I don't have it in PowerPoint, but it's on the website.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I was hoping that the administrative code would be on there because it appears.
There it is.
There it is. Thank you very much. That there's, I don't know if you can see it, there's an important change. There's some important changes on here. But my main concern is the third box down. It says county management. It used to be that we had a county manager and an assistant county manager, which is the way they have in counties that I don't know any counties that do it any different. And everybody answers to the county manager because he's under contract. The assistant county manager, which is Mr. Kirby, I don't know how he's in the same box because some counties, the county manager has direct reports like HR. And Mr. Kirby, when he was hired as the Public Works Director, his expertise is clearly public works. You hear him talk about it at every meeting. But his expertise is not management services and finance. And as people have said over the years, you want to know anything about asphalt, you ask Kevin Kirby. He smiles. But I don't understand how people respond to this chart because Mr. Kraus is Mr. Kirby's boss. He could fire Mr. Kirby if he wants to. I don't think he wants to.
Not at this point.
Not at this point, but he could do it. But they're both in the same box. So who reports to whom on this? If somebody in management services has an issue, do they go to Mr. Kirby, who's the assistant county manager, or do they go to the county manager? The county manager needs to be in a separate box. And whoever reports to the county manager needs to report to the county manager. Mr. Kirby, according to the chain of command in every civilized county that I know in Florida, the assistant county manager reports to the county manager. That's why you have a county manager. So I'm suggesting that you change that because those aren't two co-equal positions. The last time I know of something like this was the Ruskis did back in like the 60s, I think, when they had two chairmen. We don't do this in America usually. And this is just wrong. And I don't know if you understand what I'm talking about, Mr. Hollingworth, and I'd be glad to answer any question. But we should have a county manager and an assistant county manager. And the county manager is reported to by the assistant county manager and not the other way around. And if you noticed at the meeting today, I mean, I understood what Mr. Kraus said, but there was 4 or 5 times, maybe 3 or 4 times that Mr. Kirby had to explain what Mr. Kraus said. I understood what Mr. Kraus said. And I think they need to fix this box because there needs to be a direct chain of command in this county. And right now there's not. Thank you very much, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. Mr. Kraus?
Yeah,
Would what?
the reason.
Stuart State, has this been a problem? I mean,
The reason we did this way is we were trying to, I'm sorry, let me adjust that. The reason we set the organizational chart this way is this is just a graphic representation of how we operate.
Yeah.
The intention was that you have a management team. And we felt that by showing them in the same box, you're showing that we are a management team. Could we do it the other way? Absolutely. But we were trying to emphasize the fact that we, as an organization, believe in teamwork and working together. So going back to the Revised position descriptions, other than the one I mentioned with Shane. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. The ones that aren't related before to the previous thing is on the group sales, sports and group sales. We want to move him from exempt admin to non-exempt. At some point in time, there was concepts that he would be supervising and he would be doing all kinds of stuff. He does not. He's a single operation that operates under the TDC director. So we feel more comfortable with him being an exempt position so that we're not cheating him on salary. We want to upgrade the planning tech position because she has taken on the role of floodplain manager. And you can ask Joel, and trying to go through that when the board approved it. It was very cumbersome, very time consuming, very technical. And so we want to reflect that in her job description. The extension office is simply, we had 2 secretaries, one of them left. We have 1 secretary, so we just want to make her full-time rather than trying to hire another part-timer. And if you have any other questions, just let me know.
Dave, when you change the, in TDC to exempt to non-exempt, is that got to come back in a policy change, or is this it?
That's it.
Okay,
You're saying we're defining him as
I
exempt
support it 100%, but I just want, okay.
I move we approve the
or
following
non-exempt?
position description updates. Fire chief, human resources director, legislative and intergovernmental affairs coordinator, financial manager, sports and group sales specialist, planning technician, and full-time secretary 1.
Got a motion?
Second.
Got a second?
Question.
Any discussion? Yes, sir.
What? How much is this costing us, David?
Well, you'll have overtime in terms of the people that are now non-exempt. There are some adjustments in pay, like the planning technician is taking on a significant amount of additional responsibility. I believe we did, was it 5% that we're thinking about? 10%. So yes, there'll be some impact on salary. We intend to make it up through reducing positions.
So each position is getting 5%, is that what you're saying?
No, only some of them.
Okay. Okay, I'm good.
And so far, we've not given the raises. It's within policy that I can. I've not issued any yet. Our intent, though, is to give people taking on additional responsibility an increase commensurate with that responsibility.
And again, when the budget comes
what
back,
is the
we'll have the
position?
opportunity to work that in.
Yes.
What's the positions you're going away with?
I'm working very diligently. He's not here, the tax collector, to very possibly move billing or collections of utilities to the tax collector's office and eliminate that position.
I have heard from Kyle that he is capable of doing that. So.
And he's just looking at the numbers to see if he'll make enough money to justify it.
Right.
And the difference is he charges a percentage, so he doesn't have to pay benefits, he doesn't have to pay health insurance. It's just a percentage of what collections is.
Well, I've spoke on this before, and Commissioner Murphy has brought it up a lot today. We have got to do a better job on our grants, applying for grants, turning grants in for refunding. We got so who does that job now? And it's just different individuals doing these jobs for different department heads now? Because if that's the case, I've said this before, and I think some of the other commissioners might agree with me. I think that's a very important position, and we might need to look at just having one person that's their job.
It would be a full-time job.
That's what I'm saying. We got a lot going on right now. We got a lot of grants going on. I think somebody needs to be responsible for that's their job, and you can hold that one person accountable then. Because I've heard it myself over the last 4 or 5 years. Well, I thought so-and-so was doing that, or I thought so-and-so was doing that. Well, that's not my job to do that. Somebody's got to have this job. That's a very important job.
That's right.
And
well, we'll bring it back to you then.
Commissioner Ford, if I may, I'm tickled to death you brought that up, because I personally just had to sit down, that's how I just do things in my little old head. I met with Mr. Swisher yesterday. He's already went out. He's got to have his lunch. But, some of the things that I've researched and found here in the last month and a half is simply just a matter of what Mr. Ford's exactly right. It's processing we got so many moving parts coming from us at 360 degrees, is processing the actual paperwork to keep the refunds, to keep the reimbursements coming in on a regular basis. I had a discussion with Jay. Again, I'm not speaking for him. Let me get to that. But the point is that he was more than open to the idea of the clerk's office handling all the reimbursement procedures to any and all grants. Of course, compensation would be included there. But the thing that I really liked about it was, by statute, Jay's gets audited each and every year for every single dollar comes and goes out of that.
Yes.
And that's what's neat about it, in my opinion. I've never thought about this before, but this is going to give us a perfect track record as to whatever. So monthly, when I'm just assuming, monthly, he can send that report over. And then David, when he does his county manager updates, he's going to be able to say, okay, as of today, this is what's going on with your reimbursements on your grant. And boom, we're not speculating. Rocky hit the nail on the head. I'm not supposed to do this and that. But with that being said, there's got to be somebody in this empire that we've got that can be a grants coordinator, that they go sit down with Jennifer. Kevin has a department head meeting. Well, you bring everybody that's got a grant, they all get in that table to go down and check the boxes, boom, 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 and then that report comes out also. It ain't none of this, well, I did file this, it ain't all them internal stories. Somebody's going to be held out accountable. And I'm sure we got that individual that can coordinate that, because, the years I've been here, I've never heard grant issues out of something that, because Jeff handles certain grants, and Jennifer handles grant, Clint handles grants. So I know the capabilities out there. I think we just need to have a more discrete, exact line, checkbox. Yeah, I always go back to the board out here during storms. Sherelle's up there. It works. It really works. So,
we can
board, I would ask that we give David and whoever's necessary to go forward, because I see the stuff that Amy gets overwhelmed with there. I hit her with questions. She looks at me, you're bothering me again. But but my point is that, I think it's time we need to get there, because this is a big monster. And I think I heard the numbers, Kevin, $111 million with the capital, and that all plays into the equation. So
you can ask Kevin, we have more grants today than we've ever had. And it's a lot of grants.
Yeah, and
they all have different people administering them, different people being the project managers.
Yeah.
And Amy relies on the project managers in the field to tell her, this is what's going on. I've filled out my quarterly report. Can you file it for me? And if they don't, she doesn't know.
And I just think there's, and board, I love y'all's input on this, but I sooner than later, the way Jay expressed to me, he's more willing to sit down and put this together and figure out what it's going to cost us, what have you. But I think it's very integral with all the movement.
Well,
I'd be happy to meet with Jay.
We've definitely held positions, management positions, accountable for not doing invoicing, for not doing billing.
That's right.
And we need to hold somebody accountable if they don't turn their grant in.
I agree. Totally. And that's why I think that person, Rock, somebody's here in this organization. I'm not saying we got to hire a full-time person, but somebody in this organization, I'm sure, has got the smarts to be able to sit down as I don't want to toot his horn, but when Kevin meets with his department heads, when he leaves there, he's got a full grasp of everything. I ask him what's going on. He can tell me in recreation or whatever,
If the clerk's office is capable of doing this, and they're willing to do this, I don't know why we wouldn't let them do this.
Kevin, hold on a minute. Kevin, you have
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Ford did hit the nail on the head, and David and I have discussed this. You have various project managers, I think about 16 or 17 of them now. We meet once a month for capital project updates, and everybody does a real good job of updating in the finances and that stuff. But what happens, and somebody said it exactly right, Amy only knows what the project managers tell her, okay? We briefly talked about this. I think the clerk's office will be perfect. They're the bookkeeper anyway, ultimately. And if you have one person responsible, let's just say it like it is, Ben Scott is excellent at this stuff. If Ben would track it, bird dog it, That's where the failure is. You got all these project managers. They got a lot of other duties. We got to remember that.
Yep.
We talked about 111 capital projects. They're also doing 225 million operating every day. This is on top of it. So I think it's a great idea if Jay would be so gracious.
And we have grants other than capital projects. I mean, we have a lot of grants.
I just think it's a perfect time that y'all could sit down and bring us back a plan but sooner than later.
I will get with Jay. And one of the biggest problems is the folks in the field aren't entering the information into the portal. If it's not in the portal, Amy doesn't have it to file the forms.
Gotcha. Go ahead, just input. I'm giving you special privilege today. Let's not go that
Stop the chit chat. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is really a bad idea. My question is, who checks the clerk? It seems to be a county problem. I mean, I just heard what you said. People aren't turning stuff into Amy. That's on the county side. But the clerk's job is, he's really the county auditor, the internal auditor. We had that problem when DeWitt was here. We won't go into names and what the problems with that were when folks didn't want to learn how to use a computer. But if you need somebody to help Amy facilitate grants, that's what you need. And it's Jay and Ben are supposed to check the books of the county. Jay is not supposed to be doing the books of the county for the county, doing business with the county. And if you're going to pay Jay to do that, then you need to pay somebody to help Amy do that. Because that needs to be done on the county side, the county grants. And then if something goes wrong with that, then Scott should be able to find it because he knows how to use that kind of stuff. Thank you very much, Mr.
Appreciate your opinion.
So Chairman, I think step one, because I just heard David say something else, that the field people aren't entering information in. So if they're not entering the information in the portal, Jay's not gonna have anything to go on. If they're not, the information's got to get there. So number one, I think Kevin and David, if they were co-managers and a team, first of all, they should figure out the problem, address the problem, what it is, and then give us a solution to fix the problem. If it's the clerk going that way, that's fine. I just want to make sure the solution we're presenting is going to fix the problem.
Yep.
I mean, that's all, because the information still got to get to somebody.
That's right.
It's got to get in the portal.
Right.
That's the first step.
Yep. And right now, we don't have really coordination over top of that. So y'all get it together sooner or later. You know as well as I do, we've talked about this. You got the portal inputs, then you got the actual end of the day, you're monitoring the dollar coming and going.
And I'll also add too, Chairman, I've been told that this has been a continuing problem for years, not that it hadn't just started. So,
You run into difficulties because the field people, and I'm not trying to pick on anybody, but like they'll say, I can't file my reimbursement until I get final approval from the vendor. And so it'll stay unfiled, waiting for an engineer to sign some piece of paper.
When you drag
on our side, we don't know that.
Yeah, but when them people go to dragging, that's when you don't use them the next time. You tighten up on their tails, they're gonna tighten up on us. Because you're right, David, you're 100% right. Because in the little business I was in, you're exactly right. You always seem to be waiting on somebody else.
You're waiting on that retention. You got that retention money.
As soon as that due date comes, they want that check. But when you cut that check, you get them in line.
I've always told my office staff, look, they're not going to pay a bill they're not going to pay that bill till they get an invoice.
That's right.
You drag around about getting them an invoice, they're going to drag around about getting you paid. So I want that invoice out the same day or the day after the work's performed. That's.
Okay, well.
And that is an issue. Invoicing is another issue.
Well,
Amy can give you a whole litany of things that we.
Well, I'm 100% convinced if we take the worrying about money's coming in, money come out, because we all realize, it as well as I do, there's a lot of money out there we do right now, and we haven't. It's not up to date, so we need to get that up to date to get our reserves back to where we need them at. Okay, well, you got good direction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You still need call vote.
Okay. Who stated the motion?
The motion was Mr. Hollingsworth, seconded by Mr. Parnell, and it just needs to be finalized.
Okay. So read the if you don't mind, we got sidetracked there.
Sure. The recommended motion is to approve the following positions description updated: Fire Chief, Human Resources Director, Legislative and Intergovernmental Affairs Coordinator, Financial Manager, Sports and Group Sales Specialist, Planning Technician, and Full-Time Secretary Level 1.
Okay, that was a motion. Got a second? Any more questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Thank you.
So the next one's real easy. TDC and this board appropriated money for the amphitheater in the middle of the lake downtown that the city did a CDBG grant for. $150,000 from TDC. It wasn't spent, so it went into reserves. So TDC just this past month voted to go ahead and take it from reserves and give it to the city so they can finish the amphitheater. So we're asking you to approve the BA to move that money from reserves at TDC into grants and aids Wilson Park Amphitheater.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We did solid waste. Elevate Florida. So like we talked about, there's a lot of money out there for HMGP for Hurricane Helene. Probably more than we can spend. So we would like to we're recommending the board take 10% of the Helene money, which is approximately $1.5 million, and give it to the Elevate Florida program that the state runs, which does not require a match. And they are basically, they'll do the housing for us. The whole point of Elevate Florida is they will do the mitigation housing for us. They don't spend the money, they give it back, and then we could do a HMGP housing program. But this way, we can just direct people to contact the state directly. Cuts out the middleman.
I like it.
I move that we approve use of 10% of Hurricane Helene mitigation funds for FDEM Elevate Florida program.
Got a motion?
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed.
Then we have an employee that wants to take an extended leave, and of course, by policy, you have to approve it.
I move we approve unpaid leave for Gary Pitzer.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed.
Finally, the gardeners saved up a lot of money, got a lot of donations to buy a greenhouse. All their money gets put into UF's coffers. So UF wants to reimburse the county for the purchase of the greenhouse. The greenhouse will be owned by the county and built on county property next to the extension.
I move we approve acceptance of reimbursement / donation of funds.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. No question. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And because it was a reimbursement, it did not need a BA. And finally, the last item is the Well Florida Council member appointment. Believe it or not, according to their bylaws, this board has to appoint people to their board. Last time this board appointed somebody to their board was 2014 Sue Fraze. Obviously, Sue Fraze is no longer here. It's been a long time since 2014. They really would like you to appoint somebody to the board. I've spoken with Lisa. She did some research for me. And the director of the health department, Ms. Duquet, would be willing to serve if the board would like to appoint her.
Who would be?
Ms. Duquet, the head of the health department.
Okay.
I'll make a motion, we appoint Ms. Duquet to the Well Florida Council member.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. No other questions. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay, at this point in time, open public comments. Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
She's been a student, boy, she's been a trooper. She sat there for this whole show.
Yeah, she's been sitting here all day.
Hey, man, I take
Thank you for your patience. Hope you learned something today that was, why would I get involved in that?
Are you going to paint me at the end of this?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. My name is Debbie Fellows, and I'm going to talk really fast. I live in North Columbia County in Mr. Ford's district, and you talked a lot today about budget deficits and issues. About 4 years ago, I moved into the neighborhood. The county road has and was maintained. I lived, since I've lived there, the population has just about doubled. It's about a mile long, and 50% of the original tenants are gone. They've probably built as many houses. A few months after I moved there, I noticed the county was grading the road every other week, whether it needed it or not. Every time they left, the dust was so bad I couldn't be outside. I got a note from my doctor showing that I had conditional asthma. I have a farm on that road. After talking to several neighbors, I found out it was a compacted limestone road, and knowing that limestone is the main ingredient in concrete. I explained why the road was firm but penetrable. Every bag of concrete comes with warnings about inhalation. It contains crystallized silica and it causes scoliosis. And if you want me to get you the health definition of that, I will. But when you see people walking around with oxygen in their nose, chances are they've got that. I've contacted Mr. Ford for direction. I offered to pay out of my own pocket for a DOT-approved dust mitigation spray. I was told absolutely not. And I asked about getting it paid. I was told absolutely not. I was actually told, and Mr. Ford, I'm sorry to say this, but you said to me, why did you move on a dirt road if you don't like living on a dirt road? I explained to you, I don't live on a dirt road. I live on a limestone road. I know the difference. Bluebird Landing, with half the population of my road, was paved. It's the same length, just different kind of houses. Their houses are 400,000. My houses are about 200,000. I called the county and the man came out and he agreed that the maintenance they were doing bi-weekly was not needed, and they went to an as needed schedule, which reduced all grading to almost nothing. Washouts was almost nothing. About 3 months ago, they resumed every other week bi-weekly scraping of the road, and since then the dust is once again unbelievable. Again, I called the county and asked why they resumed the scraping. This time I was told that that was the schedule and that's what it will be. I was asked why did I move to a dirt road if I don't like living on a dirt road? And I was told that I could move. And since that, our road has washed out twice and has become unpassable. This is in the last 2 weeks. Tractor trailer loads of material was brought in and scraped, and they left. The day after that, the road completely washed out.
Wrap it up. We just
Okay. It's a simple solution. Stop scraping the road. Go back to as needed maintenance. The road needs to be crowned. Everything needs to be left alone. You're putting compacted material on there. Let it be compacted. And I also have one other suggestion. With the 27 bridge, I ask you guys to implement either a usage tax or a toll like they do on Rum Island. There's no bathrooms there. The outfitters bring thousands of people to that stop a week.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am. Anybody else?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just have one thing, but I'll lead into it. If anybody has watched the news and see what's going on in Washington, it's pretty interesting. USAID, no money anymore. Voice of America, gone, no money. HSS, gone, no money. Department of Education, gone, no money. I'm suggesting a lot of communities do it. It's time that this county stood up to the plate and did it, that this board, that's you guys, form a budget advisory task force of civilians. They may have found problems with having grants, stuff filled in before this time, maybe 2 years ago or 3 years ago when it started. A budget advisory task force of civilians, taxpayers, that they're all your constituents. The board would pick 2 members, and you could fill it any way you want, but there would be some civilians so that the board would not be accused of putting their own people on the board to act for them. But I would suggest you look into it. Lots of communities do it, Mr. Murphy, and they would get the same information that you did, and before the budget is approved, they would make their recommendations to the board, to Mr. Kraus and Mr. Kirby, that team, that I guess it's a team now. We don't have a county manager anymore. But they would make that approval to the board, and then you're free to, obviously, to accept it ignore it, or modify it. But that would be an independent overview of the whole budget process for the county commission. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else? Me. Real quick, I got one response to that. That board's already in place, that review board, happens every 4 years at election. And, you know, you can be here and, you know, that's just it. Because all them other things, I can't help but say this, all them other things you say, Board of Education, this, I support every one of them. With that being said, no more public hearing, nobody, anybody? All right. Commissioners? Nobody got anything to say?
No.
Okay.
I would just like to address one thing Ms. Fellows says. We haven't paved the road in Bluebird Landing. Now, Bluebird Landing was paved by the developer of that subdivision. That was paid by private development. So, the county did not pave that road. If you look at any other subdivision that comes into the county, the developer of those subdivisions are responsible for paving those roads, not the county. The only roads the county has paved from dirt to paved conversions since I've been here, it's been done by the state with either scrap or stop. Is that correct, Kevin? Am I missing any or?
No, sir. There's a handful of dirt to paved conversions that's been funded by the county. But if I may, Commissioner Ford, speak as it relates to all of that, and I heard everything you said. What we run into a lot is we try our best to grade dirt roads twice a month. Of course, that's depending on weather. But what one neighbor desires versus what another neighbor desires is not always the same. So what I've got out of this conversation, and Sherelle will validate this, I think once we started trying to do what you asked us to do, some other people disagreed with that. Once again, that's what we get into.
I'll be honest with you. I've had hundreds of calls about graded roads. I don't have too many calls about not grading roads. I mean, I would love to not grade some of these roads as often as we have to, but unfortunately, our constituents expect a certain level of service that we've given them over the years, and it's hard to get away from that.
No, ma'am, listen, we're not gonna have a, back and forth, and I think.
And also, say one other thing, also, that is a dirt road. The lime rock on that road has been hauled in by the county to fix certain problem areas. That lime rock does pack, but if you don't grade the lime rock, even after it's packed, it does lime rock does wash out, and it becomes a washboard road at that time. And, I don't know what the answer is, but the only way to fix a graded road or a lime rock road is to grade it. And Kevin, you're the road department guy. If you can tell me something different, I don't know. I'm not a road expert.
Yes, we have approximately 450 miles of dirt roads left in Columbia County, and I don't think you're going to satisfy everybody.
Okay, well, thank you. Kevin?
I'm good.
Robert?
Ready for the workshop.
Roger spoke, you? Mr. Lee? Yeah.
I'm
Okay, board, what's the wishes? Want to recess and come back for the workshop?
Let's go.
What's the plan? I mean, it's up to you.
Yeah, I think we should recess for an hour.
Y'all make it?
Or y'all want to go ahead? I don't care now. I'm open to y'all.
I believe we can knock it out in less than an hour.
You think you knock it out in less than an hour? So you want to go ahead with it?
Yes, yes, I'm ready.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm okay with that.
You don't need that food or nothing? Okay.
Got them M&Ms.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to take over for comment break.
Okay.
That's all right. We'll excuse you.
No.
Wake up.
Sure.
Okay, at this point, go ahead, Kevin, you got the floor.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not ignoring you, I'm signing the work.
Okay, thank y'all so much. As everybody knows, we've been subject to some pretty bad disasters here the last few years. I think everybody will agree that we try to do a good job, but there's always room for improvement. So we promised the board before the next proposed storm season that we would have a workshop and kind of air some things out. Pretty much everything you're going to hear here today has been what I call my experience of what we went through and the challenges that we went through. I do consider this a very important workshop, and I very much welcome your input because this is simply just a product of my team and I putting a plan together. So my object is to get a consensus of the board today, and then I'll come back at the next meeting to adopt whatever I understand the consensus is. Okay. So let's start off, and item you just, Commissioner Chairman Murphy mentioned earlier about exempt and non-exempt. So I thought it was important to start off with our employees. There always seems to be some confusion when we enter a state of emergency. The example I will give is you just, on an item a while ago, you took an exempt employee and put him non-exempt. Why did that happen? There was a lot of confusion or debate, if you may, of when a guy that's exempt works an all-weekend tournament, should he be compensated for that effort? Well, what we witnessed was the guy that's doing that now is a boots-on-the-ground guy. He's not an office guy. So that's why you just went from exempt to non-exempt. So during a state of emergency, that is the only time your department heads and those kinds of people, those exempt guys, they are eligible for overtime under a state of emergency. There's always a bunch of confusion of when does that exempt employee end eligibility for overtime just because it's a state of emergency. So every time there's a bunch of debate about it. So my opinion is real simple, and Sherelle's in the audience. So Sherelle is an exempt employee. She's a salaried employee. When the storms hit, she's working 14, 15 hours a day, Saturdays and Sundays. Sherelle, even though she's exempt, under a state of emergency, is subject to overtime pay. At some point during that state of emergency, Sherelle's going to go back to her normal schedule, but sometimes, I mean, like this week right here, she spent a lot of time in here today. She's going to work extra hours to catch back up what she missed in here today. Even though we're under a state of emergency, she is not eligible for overtime. Okay? So just because you're under a state of emergency, and I'm going to just say it like I see it, sometimes people try to take advantage of a state of emergency to get paid overtime because they're a salaried employee. Okay? So I just wanted, and I've got some examples in your package, and I just wanted to, like I say, this is a workshop. Is there any clarification needed on how we do that? So we require them to be at work. You cannot take time off. Your vacations get canceled. But I don't think we've ever had this conversation in a boardroom. So is there any clarification needed as to how we do our employees during the state of emergency? Okay. So what we did for the workshop purposes, we did a division of services, an administrative side and an operational side. So on the admin side, you have planning, you have planning and information, power outages, you have logistics, transportation, communication, food and water, volunteers and donations, business and industry, shelters. Then you have finance administration, the EOC admin, clerk of courts, BCC annex. That's your admin side. So we're trying to clean it up. If y'all recall last time when we got a little confused, if you may, I asked Jeff to be operations and Carrie to be administrations, right? But we never have really said, we did that kind of a haste. We're trying to do this today in calm waters. So then you have your operations, your human services, animal protection. You have your emergency services, firefighter health, medical search and rescue, hazardous materials, military support, law enforcement. Then, of course, you have the infrastructure service, public works, utility, and landfill. So what we did was we broke the storms down and defined them, level A through E. So a level A storm is 20,000 folks were reported power outages, 50 plus verified reports of flooding, 20 plus closed roadway, and 4 wastewater plants, water plants out of use. And the way I'm approaching this, if all of those items or one of those items is triggered by any one of those, we call that a level A storm. I'm going to go through the various levels, and then we're going to talk about what we're going to do during the levels. Am I making sense? Okay. There's your level A. To me, that's a category 5 hurricane, for example. Your level B is 10,000, 20,000 outages, 40 to 50 flooding, 16 to 20 closed roads, and 2 wastewater water plants. That's a level B. Level C is 1,000 to 10,000 outages, 30 to 40 flooding, 12 to 16 roads, and 4 lift stations out of power. So you went from your plants, you're still operational, your lift stations are not. Your level D, 20 to 30 verified reports of flooding, 8 closed roads, 2 lift stations out, and then a level E is basically a good old-fashioned thunderstorm, okay? So I identified level A through E, so theoretically, staff will never be confused of the expectations as I go through this next list. Any questions so far? So if a level A hits, I'm fixing to show you what does that mean. Okay. So your level A, we're proposing to open up Fort White Community Center, Mason City Community Center, West Side Community Center, Richardson Community Center, Southside Coaches Building, and Deep Creek Community Center. Okay? I'd like some input on this. That's worst storm hits Columbia County. That is our intention. Any comment? Are y'all satisfied with those shelter locations?
So you don't have, and I'm asking this for clarity. So I don't see Winfield on here for level A. We have Richardson and we have Deep Creek. There's a lot of folks in that Winfield area.
Okay. Well, then, once again, Commissioner Parnell, that's why we want to talk about this. My team and I, about 6 of us sat down, we built this and revised it.
Right.
So right now, you are right. We, on the special needs, we have West Side Elementary School, Primary, and Richardson as backup. You are correct. We went from the south, we went to Fort White, we went to Mason City, West Side, Richardson, South Side, and Deep Creek.
Kevin.
Sir.
West Side Community Center never was a shelter.
Right.
But you're putting one.
Once again, gentlemen, this is a workshop.
Yeah,
So what I did was try to go geographics.
I'm just trying to think about Kevin's district. My West Side Community Center, I don't remember.
You are correct, it was not.
It was not I don't think it was a big press point because we had a South Side, which is, right on the edge. So
The theory behind shelters are you're in a more urbanized area. Theoretically, your power and all that's going to be on before your area is, just because it's rural.
right. So
Just like mine is.
and I just never had anybody want to be in a shelter in my district that I heard of now.
So do we want to scratch West Side and put Winfield in?
We're close to town, we're close to Walmart. Them people in Winfield, they're pretty far away.
Yeah.
A lot of vulnerability up there with flooding river too.
Right,
Stuff
plus
like that.
river.
And that's also a rural electric.
And if that'll help them, I think that's a good thing because, Southside's only 3 miles away, they could go to Southside very easily.
Rural electric customers also are
Yeah,
usually the
and
last
I
ones
got
to get power
FPL,
too.
and I'm mostly FPL, and it's just as quick a drive, really, from most to the west side.
Okay.
Community center.
We'll take West Side out, we'll splat it with Winfield. Okay.
Boy, if I may, just real quick, the ones that we may take out, because, I've kind of got a little concern like Robert's got relevant to the Southside Coaches Building. When these other ones fill up, I think we need a backup. You know what I mean? And, because I don't recall, in the 8.5 years I've been here, I don't recall us using the actual coaches building, did we?
Yeah, Mr. Murphy, let me go somewhere else right quick, and then we'll come back to that, and then we'll get a little more around it. So, I've been here a long time. I don't recall until last year us supplying portable bathrooms and ice. We just did not do that, okay? So what I've got right now in my mind is at each location, and that's why we got to talk about numbers of location. MREs, meals, a pallet a day, a pallet of water, cots at 100, blankets at 100, okay? Then I'm gonna get on down to points of distribution in a minute about ice and all that, but what I'm looking at, Commissioner Murphy, is once again, having a plan, that way we don't have so many opinions during the height of a storm. That's what we're trying to do.
Black and white.
Right. So we can add or subtract anything we so desire today.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm just doing it now.
Right. So let's go on down to points of distribution. Let's skis on down our list a minute, then we come back to it.
Well, yeah, okay. But one thing with West Side Community Center, you might want to make that a backup special needs because they did that last time.
Right. So, okay. So let's talk about special needs. You got West Side Elementary School as your primary and Richardson as a backup. Okay. That's your special needs. Okay. What's going to be there? A pallet of MREs, pallet of water, 50 cots and 50 blankets. And if you may, I'm gonna go all the way down through level A and then we can come back to it. We are required by statute to have a pet-friendly area. And it does say to be determined, but the Sheriff's Task Force Office currently is using a place I'd rather not discuss, the drug task force, but they're gonna be relocating pretty soon. And I've been promised that I could use that building for the pets. Okay, so that's covered. I just didn't want to talk about it because of.
That's a big spot too.
Okay. So what's going to be there is a pallet of MREs, a pallet of water, 100 cots, and 100 blankets. Okay. All right. Points of distribution. Fort White Community Center, Mason City, Deep Creek, and Winfield. Went straight up the county. Okay. What's going to be there? 2 pallets of MREs, 2 pallets of water, 2 pallets of tarps, 1 semi-load of ice, 1 restroom, 1 shower, and 1 laundry at each of those locations. Okay? I just went straight up the middle of the county. That's your points of distribution. That's where all your ice and all that stuff is given out.
And I agree, last time we tried to cover too many areas.
We did.
Yeah,
It got real confusing.
Way too.
So kind of going back, so y'all see how we did it. We broke it down to shelters, special needs shelters, pet shelters, and then PODs, points of distribution. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and drop the elephant in the room right quick. I've learned, as Stu says, I'm always learning. There's a protocol as it relates to getting reimbursed or not. And I've learned a lot about missions. I've educated myself, or I've been educated. I want a good, clear consensus from this board. We're going to do a real good job. Eric and I met, Jeff and I met. We're going to get some standing contracts in place with ICE and stuff like that. But there's a gap. I've learned, I don't care how far you get ahead of these hurricanes, there's a gap. You enter these points of mission versus another way we can do it. The bottom line is we're not going to be reimbursed. So that's a big point of consensus I need. What approach do we take to this? We're going to be prepared. But if the demand is to have this real quickly, not all items, but a lot of items, I don't think following the red tape way, you're going to be reimbursed.
You know, I always wondered why we're in such a hurry to do it day after storm. We really don't want people on the roads the day after storm doing anything because they know the storm's coming. They should have them a bottle of water and something, you know, maybe tarps, maybe, but I feel like the day after a storm is.
I've got a personal opinion as a taxpayer. Everybody knows when storms are coming.
Yeah,
I want to get you a couple of coolers of ice and 3 pallets of water for a day or two. You should be in pretty good shape.
Minimum a day. 2 days.
Kevin, on the 3 that you got there spread out, Fort White, Mississippi, Deep Creek, what was your philosophy there not to, like we did last year at Southside, being in the center of the county? I mean, not picking on them 2 communities, but it's not that far apart.
The urbanized area, that's your question. These are points of distribution, right?
Correct.
Right. So this is where you're going to get this kind of stuff like ice and tarps and stuff like that, right? Theoretically, your juice is back, your power is back on much faster there than your rural areas. And once again, this is a workshop. And then there's always a monetary thing going here. I mean, in my opinion, whatever you do for one, you got to do for the other. So makes no difference to me. That's why we're here talking about it. We can put Southside in there. We can put 4 others in there.
Yeah, well, I like the condensing down, and I realize 100% that, you know, it's more than likely you're going to start going back up with services from the center of the county.
Right.
That's obvious. And
how far is Mason City from Fort White? Is that what you're talking about, or when?
Well, I took the south end of the county, I went to southeast end of the county, the northwest county, and then the far north end of the county.
I do think south side's a center of everything, but you're right. It's closer to stores. It's closer to, that's the one thing about Fort White and May City. It's hard for them. They can't get into a store like we can, especially with roads tore up or whatever.
This is a workshop, but my point is that I really like I think we can live with it, and heck, if it jumps in our face again, we can go forward.
This is a plan. This is something we've never had. We're moving in the right direction.
Right. But the pallets a day and all that there, not to get off chart, Kevin, real fast, but we really need to come up with a plan that these areas need to be manned, because that, they put the pallets, the tarps out there, and
I was thinking the same thing.
They got somebody, because.
Because if you don't man it, they just come here and they'll get it. Somebody pull up there and get half a pallet of water.
Yeah.
And leave.
And Kevin, and of course, this is nothing on the way we did it, but, I think I'm talking to David, I can't remember who, but American Red Cross, United Way, we found these people, we need to go in negotiation with these people that, hey, you gotta be here. We asked you to be here and gotta work with them however that takes, because, the people that work for the county, I know they're gonna be working, but they're also victims of a storm. So we gotta give our own employees respect too, and, cause there's a bunch of them get out there and they're there for 2 days and sleeping in their cars, So it's a toughie, but there's something to keep in mind, but I don't think we're interrupting.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
if you'll notice on that screen that Kevin has up there, he's indicating that the National Guard will be on site for the distribution.
Yeah, I seen it. And we got I hope that the National Guard's available.
The National Guard's there. National Guard's there. I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay.
They did a good job.
All right, so now let's move on to level B. We've got, this is what we call a Category 4 hurricane, for lack of a better word. Fort White, Richardson, Deep Creek with Winfield as a backup. And then pretty much everything else is the same as far as, you're just reducing the locations, but all the services are the same. West Side Elementary School is a primary with Richardson as a backup, and then your pet-friendly location. And then your same items, pretty much at the same standard. Okay.
That's good to me. So the backup location, they're getting the same supplies as every other location, right?
No, sir. The purpose of a backup location
One's overrun.
is if we have 3 under this plan, Commissioner, this is just a plan. So we say, okay, we had X amount of folks out of powers, X amount of road flooded, whatever that primary stuff was up front. We're going to open up 3 centers, okay? And then if Deep Creek overfloods, we'll open up Winfield.
Yeah. Okay.
So you'll have 3, right out the gate, we got to open up 3 centers with a level B storm, right?
Okay.
And then Mr. Parnell calls me up in 12 hours, says, whoa, Deep Creek can't handle this. 10-4, we'll open up Winfield. Okay? Make sense?
Makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And then on your points of distribution, you got Fort White, Mason City, Deep Creek is the primary, Winfield is backup. And then once again, like and similar, borders, tarps, ice, that kind of stuff. That's your level B storm. Okay? Okay. On a level C storm, Fort White, Richardson, Deep Creek, Winfield's a backup, West Side is for special needs, elementary school, Richardson Community Center for backup, and your pet friendly. And basically you see a pallet a day, 100 cots, 100 blankets, one pallet, 50 cots, not a whole lot of change, but we reduced the locations. Then, once again, because you're on a level C storm, you'll only, on your pod location, you'll have 3 pods with Mason City as a backup. Make sense? Y'all see what we did? We're right through the center of the county. Okay? Okay. Okay, a level D, short-lived, this is real small. We'll kind of wing the Ds and E's is my thought process. You got A, B, C, those are serious outages, because a level E is literally what we experience every July and August around here. But that way we can define what is, and by no means am I saying we enter a state of emergency. The governor's gonna call a state of emergency at A through C, guaranteed, right? I think we always reserve the right, in my opinion, for level D and level E to kind of, that's on y'all if we think it's bad. A tornado hits, for example, right? That might be an A, but the governor might not realize that because it only hit Winfield, right? So, but you can still apply level A through E, and that way Commissioner Ford, nobody's going to be upset or saying we're showing him favoritism. No, sir, you had 10,000 folks out of power. Does that make sense? So the object on the admin side, Jeff's going to run that for us. He's going to be our chief on the admin side. I'm going to take care of the operational side. Jeff and I, we're going to get into that in a minute. We're going to team up, but theoretically, if we've got this protocol, if Jeff gets the flu and just the end of the world, he can pass it right on to the next guy, follow this protocol. That's the goal behind what we're doing, guys. Okay. I think operations is next. Okay. Before I jump off on operations, is that a reasonable approach on the admin side?
I'm just proud we finally got a plan.
Well, on the operational side, Commissioner Ford, you've always had this check the boxes.
Right.
You talked about that a while ago.
Right. Mr.
Yes, sir.
Phillips, has a question. I didn't see anything on Bethlehem or Lulu on that. I'm trying to figure out why that's not there.
Once again, Commissioner Phillips, this is a workshop. We captured Mason City.
We're catching the middle of middle. Everybody's got to come.
So you got Mason City and Fort White.
Mason City and Fort White. So
they're gonna have to cover that area. You can't
open up every.
Last time we had so many places we was trying to go take supplies to and keep operating. We couldn't keep up. So people didn't know where to go because if they go to one place, they'd be out. So hopefully with this plan here, we can keep supplies in these locations when we're not trying to provide it to 9 different places inside the county.
And the things that Lulu just got took because there's nobody there to watch it.
Mr. Chair, can I jump in here? Okay. Not saying that Lulu or Bethlehem's not a great location. Not saying that.
Yeah.
What my goal is storm hits, it meets the criteria to be an A through E. We can go on the website with our PIO. We can go to the local paper. Here's what's open. Y'all's phones aren't burning off mine's not burning. Here's your plan. Now, right now, Commissioner Phillips, is your opportunity to converse with your other board members. And if you say I want another community center, that's up to y'all. Y'all got to give me some direction. Makes a difference to me.
But nothing is stopping us. This is our plan. If we get hit hard enough and it's bad enough, nothing's stopping us to open up other places.
Yeah,
and bring in, different agencies in. We might serve meals at the Bethlehem Community Center. You have somebody going there just serving meals. You know what I'm saying?
Commissioner Ford, to your point, if a tornado hits and it's a level 8, this changes everything. If a tornado hits in Lulu, Florida, you're not going to worry. We're not going to do all this other stuff at West Side. We're going to zone it. This is just a game plan, in my opinion. X amount of locations right through the county. Geographically, everybody doesn't have to drive 40 minutes. Everybody should be able to drive 20 minutes to get whatever they need.
This is where we provide shelter and all before the storm hits. After it hits and we know what we got, we might have to make some adjustments.
And we all know, if we have a huge event like around the rivers, a water event, you're going to be more impacted necessarily than probably
So, quick question. So for the backup sites, how fast are we going to get supplies there when the phone call comes in? Hey, this site's full. We need to open a backup site. How fast can we get supplies there?
So, Commissioner Parnell, I don't think you've experienced a disaster with us yet. Am I correct? Okay. That was my point of comment earlier. There is a process when we enter a state of emergency. It's called a mission. You enter a mission to the next level. And they do the red tape stuff and they get it to you and they base it on priority also. Okay. So if another county was hit worse than we are, you're next in line, right? So pecking order. And that was my comment is we can do whatever we want to do with speed. but if you don't follow certain protocol, you will not get reimbursed. Okay? So that is your challenge, and that's what's always been the challenge is, tempers flare and emotions run high during those times. And your general public simply thinks that you're under a state of emergency, FEMA's taking care of everything. That is not the case at all. Okay? So when we jump out there, and we've always taken positions like putting our roads back together and all. And Mr. Murphy indicated earlier in the meeting our reserve account. Well, the reason we've always been able to do that in the past, and I can't talk about the future, but in the past, we always took a position, we're going to put Columbia County back together. And if we get reimbursed, that's great. But we're going to put Columbia County back to the quick line. I just want to make sure the consensus is still that. We'll do our best to follow mission statements. We will. Jeff and I have got a plan. But if going forward is the way it was back in the day, we can make it happen. Just not all get reimbursed.
Comes with a cost.
That's right.
With a cost.
And the example I'll give to Mr. Parnell to make it real clear. We were talking about grants earlier. When we get a grant to go build $25 million worth of work in Ellisville, Florida, right? You just heard me talk about Farnell Road. The example I'll give on that, some other things had to follow. Well, right before that grant was signed, the people we were dealing with, there was a lot of negotiations. It's just a fraction of the overall thing, but I actually ordered a survey because they had to see what they were getting. Well, the grant had not been successful yet. We paid that survey non-reimbursable. Now, the grand scheme of things is absolutely nothing. These hurricanes and whatnot are exactly like that. Treat them like a grant. Until that thing is, all the paperwork's done, you will not get reimbursed. Make sense?
Makes sense.
So to answer your question, a real easy answer, as quick as we want to if we're willing to pay the bill.
Gotcha. I was also asking too, because I know Winfield's on there as a backup. They don't have a generator. We usually bring a generator on site. Is that still correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I was wanting to make sure that generator could get there on top of supplies, get in there and get hooked up and ready to go.
And of course, my team is waiting on me to get a vote at the next meeting to make sure we know what the expectations are. And then we're going to go and you're fixing to see an operations checklist, which has been in place for a long time. I keep amending it as the storms go. But the goal is to build an admin checklist with exactly that kind of stuff. Okay, we need X amount of portable generators, we got X amount of, because now we have an in-house generator at Deep Creek, for example.
Right.
That's why Deep Creek kept outweighing Winfield, to answer your question.
Right. And that's the reason too, because I know Richardson and Deep Creek both have generators already. So as a backup, if
And that's why I wasn't trying to geographically pick Deep Creek versus Winfield, just with that knowledge is right with them. Okay.
And then, Kevin, just to carry one step farther, because Kirby experienced, I don't know who else went live, but we walked over and thought we just walked in Disney World. I mean, dude, there was stuff stacked on top of stuff.
Yeah, they get the bills.
How in the heck? But they're getting big bills.
Yeah, they're getting bills now.
Now, we went over there with when we first pulled up there, what are they doing we're not doing? Well, as time went on, we found out because they're getting big bills today. And so that comes with
For the record, everybody almost had me tricked to go a different way about cleaning this county up. We was through about Thanksgiving or so last year, and I hear they're still picking up limbs.
Still picking up limbs today.
Let me tell you something. I'm not going to explain to the taxpayer why we got massages up there.
Did you get you one?
Do that.
Did you get you one?
I wouldn't get one if I had to get one, but I wouldn't.
Okay. We're going to move on to operations, guys. So we'll have 3 self-serve locations of sandbags, Public Works, Columbia County Public Works, South Side Complex, Fort White Ball Fields, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. with a 15-bag limit. Guys, this seems to work well. We've done this multiple times in the past. Now, here's where we're going to pay some attention. If you recall, last storm, our provider, our contractor, tried to hold us hostage in the middle of the storm. Y'all remember that? Remember they said, we're going to go somewhere else if y'all don't up the ante. Okay, so I put some check measures in for that. We learned that we could move 250,000 yards in 90 days last go around. If you prorate that math out, we took a look at, I think, 3 different storms. I think we can just about do anything in 90 days as long as it don't go over 250,000 yards. But if I prorated other cubic yards versus how many days, that's your time frame. If greater are expected, we'll notify the public. So if it's more than 250,000 yards, so now I'm giving y'all a tool in your toolbox. How long is it going to take for the county gets cleaned up? about 90 days. If it goes over 250,000 yards, that's a different story. I've identified 5 potential burn site locations. We have some of those in-house, and you're going to be seeing some paperwork here before long. Bottom line is I-75 down at the water plant is problematic because of I-75 burning, and we have a lot of issues with wind, smoke, and stuff like that. So we're going to try to solidify. We're in the process right now, making sure we got 5 burn locations.
So will you have curtains at those window curtains?
We do, but yes, sir, we do.
Can we rent wind curtains when we're burning all that, or are they available?
It's hard. We have one of ours blew up last go round.
Yeah, I know.
And to get one available is like going to China, because everybody's got the same problem.
I mean, the interstate location without a fire curtain, that can be tricky with the wind.
Yes, sir. That's right. Infield with crews QA, QC. So this is your contractor to come in, your quality assurance, your quality control. 3 to 4 disposal sites are proposed. So this is your locations I'm referring to, and I'm going to add one more to it. We want a contract with a minimum of 2 collection agencies. Remember I told you we were held hostage? We're going to talk about liquidated damages here in a minute. So basically I took the 242 corridor running from Sabre Road at the Suwannee County line. I hit 47. I went over to the Oasis Bar, went down 41, picked back up at 240 at Watermelon Park, jumped over to Price Creek, over to Family Road to the Union County line. Make sense? So I divided the county in half, and that's about as close to half as you can get, assuming you got so much forest way up there north. So we're going to let a minimum of 2 contracts. We'll stipulate, if agreed upon, it'll be a 25% monetary penalty if you take the math of cubic yards, divide that by days, whatever that math is. In that case, 250,000 yards, you got 90 days. So contractor, now you know you're going to pay more up front for this, right? But in my contracting experience, this dog hunts every day of the week. It's called eat what you kill. You sign up, we'll pay you. If you miss that benchmark, it's 25% deduct for every day you missed the mark. You're guaranteeing them. I started off with extra truck. I said, no, we'll just give cubic yards. Joe indicated I don't like means and methods. Do it how you want to do it, buddy. But if you don't meet the mark, it's 25% cut and pay. Okay? Minimum response times of contract 1 day prior to landfill, 48 hours for cut, toss, and collection. Now, what does that mean? Per your contract, you'll be here 1 day before the storm hits. Your representatives, your management teams, your contractors. And 48 hours, cut and toss, start picking it up. 21-day cutoff for residents to add debris. That's a political subject right there. We want to go ahead and talk about it.
So Kevin, for clarification, are we going to still do cut and toss?
Absolutely.
So they'll just be picking up behind us?
Right. So the reason I put 48 hours, storm hits. The minute it's safe to go, you have 40 miles an hour, 45. So once it gets below 45, we mobilize. Our in-house guys will be cutting, tossing. But another 36 hours or so, here come your contractors. But your contractor management team is on the ground. Commissioner Murphy, you indicated checking the boxes. I want those management of the contractors in there looking at those so we can be building a plan. As my guys are cutting and tossing, they're building a plan too. When their staff gets there, they go to work.
Good.
Okay? Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay. The next one's real serious, guys. Because as recent as yesterday, I had men putting debris out by the highway. Yesterday. I'm saying 21 days or 3 weeks after landfall. Now, if that lands on Friday, let's manipulate that a little bit. But in my opinion, if you've got 3 weekends to put sticks on the right of way, that's a reasonable time frame.
How long did you do it last time?
Oh, Lord. If my memory's right, Commissioner Phillips, that storm hit in September the 26th. If my memory's correct, I think they put it out there till Thanksgiving. So I would say 60 days.
Okay. I'm just thinking because I know 21 days is kind of a short time for, you talking about the weekend, people ain't going to be able to, they got to work and do that too. So I'm
I know it's a workshop, so we're just kind of trying to plan that.
Right, but that's why we're talking about it, because Commissioner Phillips, what happens in our world, whether it be your in-house guys or your contract guys, we go through and we identify with we got 9 team leaders that go out. What we got, guys? That boy, they're reporting in, it's getting digested spreadsheets for me. When they keep bringing stuff out by the highway, we just go around like a buzzer.
Kevin, I think, this is just my opinion, board can say what they want. The 21 days ought to be after everyone has their power turned back on. So some people can't go back home for 2 weeks after the storm. They only have power for 2 weeks.
It's hard to work and they got a tree on the
I
house.
mean, 3 weeks. I've seen people without power for 2 or 3 weeks. I mean, it's just, yeah.
So are we gonna say,
30 days.
yeah, I mean, all right, let's use your scenario, okay? We're gonna say everybody's power is back on, and you just said up to 3 weeks. That's 21 plus 42 days then.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying when the power, whenever we get they report every day.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever we get the report back that everybody has power restored, we should start our 21 day at that point. Yeah.
I mean,
Mr. Ford, y'all the board, y'all gonna tell me that?
How do y'all feel about that? What do y'all thought about that?
Ever had something to finish up on, we cut you off.
No, I would just saying that, like, before, we went all of that time and we let them put it out by the road, and that gave everybody a chance to clear all the land and put it out there by the road too.
Right.
So I understand that, but we've got to have it somewhere cut off, or somebody stop people from clearing the land putting outside the road. That's.
But the land clearing people are gonna be there next day. They're gonna be there the day of the storm.
Yeah, but we had people clearing
Yeah, but
lots and putting it out there 2-3 months after the storm.
It can't go long. It can't go a long time. 4 to 5 weeks at the most from the storm.
Why don't we do this, guys? Let's call it 2 weeks after all power is restored and or 45 days.
There you go.
That reason.
Yeah, because I'm gonna tell you, most people's power is restored, but
pretty
out here
quick.
in Fort White and up north around Winterfield.
2 weeks after all power is restored and or 45 days.
45 day maximum after the storm.
There you go.
When we
Okay.
get, board, when we get this put together, we need to do a major, because hurricane season is fixing to start again.
Yeah, we need to start advertising on Facebook.
Exactly.
This is
Facebook.
the plan, this is what y'all have to abide by.
That's gonna be your biggest complaint, your biggest problem, is that right there.
Nobody knew.
Is about wood on the side of the road, because that's gonna be your first thing you need to advertise. They'll find the shelters, promise you.
Well, I think you go ahead and start putting the message out now.
The reason I'm here is I promised months ago, 1st of April. I wanted to get this behind us, get it public. That way when the storms start, here you go, guys.
I'd say the day hurricane season starts, we'll put out a big Facebook. We can all do one, we don't have to.
You wouldn't do Facebook, would you?
Damn sure will.
I'm definitely
I'm
doing
gonna get 600 calls
I'm
today.
definitely putting it out there.
I tell them when they call me, look at my Facebook.
Yeah.
Then I can hang up, go to the next.
All right, pumping prioritization. The admin part was pretty easy, guys. This right here, this is a little hard. I say we start off with county buildings, priority by emergency use of building, and square footage of structure. County roads, so you got order, county buildings, county roads, county stormwater, county utilities. That's your levels of priority when we have a water event. On your roads, priority by deed, route, without an alternative route, emergency building access, trips per day. Stormwater, priority by possible structure drainage, square footage of ponds, county utilities, wastewater and water, and then lift stations. Okay, that's your public pumping. There's a big difference between public pumping and private pumping, okay? Public pump is easy. This one right here, you notice all the question marks. Are we gonna pump private? It's a question. Because if I heard it once, I heard it 100 times, my septic tank doesn't work. Okay? So you've got a choice here. You can just eliminate that screen and say, we don't pump private property. I asked the fire chief on private roads, what is the percentage of times you cannot get to somebody's house during a flooding event? Less than 10%? less than 10%. He said, and then the problem is that if I can't get through the road, I darn sure ain't gonna get through the driveway because the driveway's in worse shape than the road is. But that being said, there's a question. What is the consensus of the board? Are we gonna consider pumping private property? I'm a glutton for punishment today.
Well, I'll say this. This is really an issue for me, Kevin, and Everett mostly, and Tim in certain areas, but.
Oh, boss, Robbie's got them too.
In Robbie's district, there's really not a whole lot of pumping goes on, are they?
Oh, yes, sir. Forest Country, Troy Road, flooded homes. Oh, absolutely. Lake City Country Club, oh, boy.
In minor places, you wouldn't expect flooding.
Right.
Right in the middle of it.
Commissioner Ford, everybody's got problems with this.
Yeah, so it's all countywide.
Oh, it
Right near
is.
Troy Road, Lord.
Which lends to my
The
problem,
house in every flood zone I got right now.
which lends to my problem. You simply don't have, it's not the pumps, it's the suction, the discharge hose, where to put the water, and the manpower to do that. That is huge. The pumps, everybody talks about a pump. Pump's easy. Drag the pump up there. You get on that LiDAR imagery, I got a team of people to do it. We have to find out where to put the water out. We got pretty good at it. But then the neighbor down the street, how do you pick and choose? I've never figured that one out. But it's not the pumps, it's the suction hose, the discharge hose, 12, 15 guys dedicated for one house. And that's how it works. You're taking 10 or 15 guys because a guy cannot flush his commode. That's what that is.
I think the pumping should only be to keep water out of people's homes, if we can establish that.
Okay, so the way we did that,
What'd you say, Mr. Ford? Keep it out of the home?
We should pump only to keep water out of people's homes, if we can do that.
Okay.
so the way I'm gonna put,
After all of our other priorities, Kevin, the previous screen is taken care of.
Protect.
oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
And we're gonna put,
Dwelling if you can, but, you know, we've got bathrooms, we got showers, we got all that out there, so.
and Commissioner Murphy, to lend you a statement made earlier, on that previous slide, I captured all the public stuff.
Correct.
In a level, right? Once again, you could just literally take that slide down and say, we don't do it. We're obligated to pump other. But I do like that recommendation. But let's start with number 5. Roads. If you got a flooded road, if we go with Commissioner Ford's idea, we only pump residential homes that are flooding, right? So do we eliminate private roads off this list?
Okay. On the private road thing, this is just my input because I know we've all experienced it. And Jeff's guys has got a lot of responsibility, but I go out there and I look at that job and, you know, you get political pressures and, you know, older young ladies crying and that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, it's only been justified to make sure that emergency vehicles can get to and fro. So, and I know this is just on one more deal on the Jeff. Now, we'd have to get Jeff's input here, but I think the emergency management group, somebody from the fire department that knows what it takes to get a fire truck and an ambulance there is one that needs to make that call.
What is the road down by Bible Camp that we always deal with? There's another road down there that floods out for months. It's right down there by Bible Camp. But, so we're going to scratch out everything, private roads, probably put in there dictated by emergency management, and probable flooded homes. Is that what we're going to take that down to?
One more time. Say that one more time, Kevin. I'm sorry.
We'll take private roads subject to emergency management's approval. And we'll take residential homes only potentially flooded.
Yeah.
So,
flooded or potentially flooded, yeah.
right, so what that tells y'all now is when the guys call about the septic tank not working, buddy, we don't do that.
Yeah.
When my well's underwater, we don't do that.
So you said about the private road, say that one more time, private road.
Okay, the argument, and I'm gonna get into that in a minute, the debate that's always been before any of you commissioners sat on this board. You know, not just this board. What do you do with these private roads? Okay? It's always been a debate.
Right.
And what I think I'm hearing is it's only subject if the EMS vehicles cannot get down the road, then we pump it off. But if a Hyundai can't get down the road, we don't pump it off. That's what you're saying.
Pump it off, yeah, when we're talking about pumping. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
You only pump it off so you can get the fire truck or the ambulance down there. The guy's got to.
If there's a place to pump it.
Yeah, right.
Because we know.
We know that. But if you've got a Toyota car, we're not pumping it. That's what Commissioner Murphy's saying.
Well, I mean, I know I got a couple of us that way. But I also know that there's one county road in my district that floods. And we've talked about the man that lets people go through his field. And he talked to me the last time and he said, I'd rather not than people come through my field. Now, I don't know, did he ever get a hold of you and talk to you about that?
Our last conversation was that he thought better of it.
He what?
Our last conversation, mine and yours, was that he thought better of it and didn't want to move forward with me.
Okay, well, he doesn't.
Yeah. That's the last thing he told me.
He does not want people coming through his property due to a storm.
Well, Commissioner Phillips, if you'll notice on the slide, previous one I'm on, county roadways are number 2 right behind county buildings. So if it's a road, we're going to do our dabblings to pump it. The problem always is what you said, where do you put the water sometimes? Commissioner Parnell, you've got areas, I cannot pump Swan River.
No.
Just can't do it. I can't pump Santa Fe River.
There's areas on the way to the river you're not gonna be able to pump.
I wish we could put some go-away wells in Three Rivers State.
Right.
So that, and get some recharge credit for that.
Okay. On slide 24, I know what I'm doing. I got a consensus. Okay. Private road repair. That's big.
When you say, well, yeah, but I'm talking the main one is Power Camp. But Power Camp floods and then it floods over into
Okay.
another private road. And there's 7 or 8 houses in there that flood. And I know he can't pump it until I got, and like Bible Camp, that's the one we talking about. It just gets flooded. I mean, it gets flooded, then people can't get in and out. So I don't know what you do with that other than fix the county road. And I know that's a lot of money to fix the county road, but.
Yes, sir. If my memory's right, I have 9 locations, including that road right there. We know when we get a rain with a name, that's going to happen. Okay, the next one's real.
But, you know, in all fairness, I have that all through the year at Three Rivers State. We got flooded road, people can't get to their houses 2 or 3 times a year sometimes. They, you know, they know that. I mean, and they know they can't, they have nothing to do about it. You just live with it, you know.
Normally, that's what shelters are for.
Yeah, exactly.
Private road repair. Repairs will only be made if the Director of Public Works deems emergency vehicles cannot utilize the roadway. Repairs will be limited to minimum work required in order to make the roadway passable by emergency vehicles. Hold harmless will be required from the owners, and it will be their responsibility to obtain them. So it goes hand in hand with what you're talking about pumping. Emergency vehicles. I want to stress, that's it. That's my recommendation. Okay? But what we're trying to do is, I get killed in a wreck tonight, somebody's going to take this and say, okay, this is what was agreed upon. Okay? Y'all good with that?
Yeah, I just didn't put it off on you. If I wonder, he said that very fast.
Well,
I wasn't gonna say that, but hey, we good.
On a serious note, I'm fine with that. Because where we get stressed out, where we get stressed out is, I got 5 of you guys and 70,000 folks, and everybody's got an opinion here these times. So if we can get it, but that's it, guys. Well, that covers your administration. That covers your operations. I think I have my marching orders. I'll be back at the next board meeting with it all dressed up.
Okay, operator, one of the biggest problems we have in this county naturally is what we went through with all these contracts. So do you feel like this is, we need to cover it in this thing here, or how are we gonna? How are we gonna approach that?
I think we have to do that with an ordinance or a resolution,
Yeah,
wouldn't we,
absolutely.
Joe?
Yeah. Joel? Dave?
What's the specific concern? I mean, you talking about his volume issues?
No, I'm talking about the
Contractors
contractors
illegally
coming in
coming
there.
Oh, yeah. We're on that. Yeah, that's, and Rocky's exactly right. That's got to be
Commissioners,
cut
if
off.
y'all would, please do your high points and maybe reach out to Joel.
Yeah.
Because that's, when we know there's a storm, them signs need to go up at all these exits. Because I want to ask, I've had some discussion with the sheriff on this, but we need, when that sheriff goes down there, or Winston, or one of Kevin's guys, and just simply pulls up there, if you ain't got the Columbia County sticker on your thing that you've signed and agreed to all our rules and regulations, shut it down, go get your license, and come on back to work.
Yeah.
But we got to stop that. We got to stop that.
No, we're
Because
gonna-
they're 90% of our problem of putting this stuff on the right of way.
And we're gonna, we're gonna put a wall around the county.
Yes.
If you want to come in and work with our folks,
Yes.
our folks who are victims of this storm, you're going to have to do it a certain way. Y'all mentioned publicizing this, getting the word out. We're going to finalize all this into a policy, I would assume.
Yes, sir.
And I think that's absolutely half this problem. Circulate this, advertise this, push this, do whatever we need to do to make sure everybody knows, because we fight, and I know you guys fight it too. Every time a storm comes up, everybody wants to go back to 1982. Wait a minute, I get a new road, right? No, we don't, we've not done that in a long, long time, and we don't do that anymore, but there's still folks out there who are going to say, well, I get my road restored. You get your road repaired, and we're going to do it. We're going to do it right away. Information is going to cut down a lot of those calls.
Yes.
Right? When people understand what the expectations are before the storm happens, they don't get so twisted up in the middle of the storm. That all makes sense?
Well put.
On all the tree limbs
Kept me
and
overtime
the
today.
contractors coming in and doing things, I think most people in this county got educated on that this time.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but we got a lot of contractors, it's about the buck.
But what I'm saying is, at least they're educated on he's got to put it in the ditch, not in the middle of your yard. You can't get, I had guys that put it, and your trucks cannot pull up in that ditch. And
Well, contractors can't put it in the ditch.
yeah, they can't. Well, they
No,
did.
they go down this
But no,
side.
I'm saying, I think
You're
this
referring
ain't
to
going to be as
private
big a
owners.
problem,
People are going to take advantage if they think they can.
They are, but we can put some meat into it, where Wally can take them to our little motel.
That's right.
Thank y'all so much.
I just want to say I appreciate Jeff and everybody that's worked on this,
Yeah,
Kevin.
thank you, Kevin.
I'm glad we finally got a plan that's on paper that we can all look at and read. We know we know as the commissioners, we know where the facilities are going to be already. We're not trying to decide that at the meeting the day before the storm. Like I say, I thank y'all for that.
And
I
when
thank
we
y'all, everybody that worked on that. I think y'all done a good job, and I'm sure we're gonna. You're always gonna run across something that you have to address, but I think we've got a good plan of action.
Sherelle, I seen your head move a time or two, so you just keep them straight on us, guys. Okay. We know the go-to lady to keep Kirby straight now, so we good. All right. Anybody have anything else?
Everybody take a bath in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all went me overtime today. I got to go now. Oh, you gonna get comp time for it. You're non-exempt employee now.